Yes, Karibuni. Today is one of the biggest day in the world. Uh, I'm hearing fathers are being celebrated. Although I feel celebration of fathers in Kenya is a bit in a distress. Yeah, because fathers are really suffering in Kenya. I don't think that's what is happening elsewhere. But in Kenya, I feel there is some distress based on the stories and the talking which I've heard from different people. So people do not feel more encouraged or more enthused. Yeah, for me, I chose to do some few activities for my Father's Day, just as a way of remembering the day. I also attended the church where there was a lot of talks about Father's Day, and I will share that experience which I've gotten in our church, and I feel it is something which I have appreciated. And let me begin with our preacher of the day, what he was preaching about today. I know we have cultural differences, but at least today I was able to understand. So, and actually, many of our fathers were given presents today, and many mothers were confessing. It was not something which had been planned for. Like women were being asked. Women were being asked impromptu. What have you done for your husband? And it was so shocking. It didn't shock me. Many guys actually and received and received a gun, Buduki, as a gift for Father's Day. And actually, our sermon today was geared towards that. Why is it necessary for a man to be equipped, both physically and both spiritually? At times we say we should not care about being equipped physically, but we should rather be equipped spiritually. And I was really able to understand how important guns are in America. And I think maybe in the same pursuit, sijui kama sababu najua sasa kwetu Kenya we don't focus with the guns. Sasa sijui mimi kama nitaitisha mishare tatu na uta. If there is any person who wants to give me a gift, I need a bow and arrow now. Yeah, I know those ones, you can easily get them in Kenya. So if you think you want to give me a gift for Father's Day, yeah, because also God has given me that opportunity to be a father, wewe tu ninunulie tu mshale, I will appreciate if you feel you want to. So in a gift in mshale sasa. Yeah, so it was our preaching was a bit why should people have guns, and I think I appreciated their thinking about that. Why a father should actually own a gun. Why a father should actually own a gun. Yeah, because the father, in case of anything, the father is the one who will get out and defend the family. And the pastor was actually able to give us the history of when the country existed and the people are not having guns, and how problematic the situation was. So I know the issue of guns is something which attracts a lot of debate. There are those people who say these things are not necessary, these things you need them. But based on the explanation of our pastor today, I think people should have guns. Yeah. In fact, to the extent, according to his own thinking, he thinks if actually Americans would not own guns, they cannot even even talk. They cannot even say they are a superpower. And I was working with our pastor today briefly on that issue. Like I was telling him, like the country where I come from, you need really to be a special man to have a gun where I come from. So now I didn't know that he had looked for some information about our country and some of the reasons why we are suffering. Oh, Kenya. Oh, okay. Where I hear protesters get killed when they are protesting. Yeah. I told me, I wish those people had guns. They would not be killed. Oh, I didn't know, like, according to them, they think the reason why some countries will kill people in protest is because they do not have weapons which actually they can guard themselves. Again, that one would be an analogy. Maybe some people would criticize, oh, it is not true. But I think because it drew for me, even for me, it told me like in 1963 in America when they didn't have, majority of them did not have guns. That is what used to happen because some of them, they have gotten the history of that. So it will reach a level whereby Africans will have to sit down and decide how are they going to equip fathers so that they can defend their families. There's no way in which the government can come and kill our children and we have no defense mechanism. That is a discussion which Kenyan fathers have to come out and discuss about. When the government decides to come and attack our children simply because they don't feel comfortable, like right now, our children might come out in June 25. How can we defend those children from not being killed by the government? It's a question Kenyan fathers have to answer. That question has to be answered. How will we defend our children? Ama sisi tu tutakuwa tu tuna defend watoto wetu kwa lazima hawa polisi wa Kenya wajue ya kwamba at some time wakiua watoto wetu, we can go into those police stations and actually cause havoc there. Actually tunaweza rudisha back, but there must be a discussion of how a Kenyan father can offer protection to his children and his wife. That discussion, we have veered away from it. The government can come, do whatever they want to do with your family, and as a father, you cannot defend. It's a discussion which Kenyan fathers will have to talk, because our government is not conventional. We are having a government which is ready to kill. Yeah. So other than that, I also trained myself small skills. Leo nimejifunza how to service a car, so I think I'm now good in that level. So naona Mbudi karibu sana anasema he is a dad. I'm not a father. I would want to be referred as a father. I appreciate the name father more than a dad. I don't know the difference between the two. But I think if you refer me to a father, I'll be more good. Ningezaliwa kitambo, like if I was born like 30-40 years ago, maybe I could be father wa mtu kama Ann ama George. Lakini sasa I don't know your age generation, but so inabidi sasa mimi nilia wadogo. So we have to equip the Kenyan father. The Kenyan father is not equipped, and that's what I'm trying to say. The Kenyan father can lose his family anyhow because he has no defense mechanism. So kama kuna mtu anataka kunipea zawadi, mimi munipea zawadi ya mshare, because like here in America naona wazee wengi sana fathers. I didn't take it as a laughing matter, but wazee wananunuliwa buduki kama present. Yeah. Mama anaenda pale kwa gun shop. Hey, anachukua buduki $300. Wewe nipe buduki hapo. Sijui. They even know how to describe them. I couldn't believe, like, hey, mama anasema, for my husband, I bought a gun, this one with the 3 cartridge. Like, they can describe it. Yeah. So Wamarekani wamenunuliwa buduki. Sasa sijui kuna mtu hapa kwa hiki kipindi anataka kunipea father's present. Kama kuna mtu anataka kunipea father's present atasema. Yeah, sitakosa. I will not. So away from that as well, yesterday we rested my brother Fred, who we had lost almost like 3 weeks ago. We rested him in Vihiga. So it was quite a solemn occasion. We raised some good amount of Mungu alitusaidia, tuliweza kusaidia vile tungeweza, na Mungu alituwezesha. So Rogers rested yesterday in peace. So I'm just looking for in loving memory of Rogers is this one. So yes, so finally our brother rested. Finally our brother rested. That is the image of some of our colleagues. Hao ndio wale vijana tulikuwa tunasoma na wao. So this is a burial site. This is a burial site. Huyo jamaa anaitwa Osome. Huyo ndiye alikuwa anaongoza group. Yeah. Watu walienda sasa. Yeah. That's the group. Those are some of my colleagues who we studied with in Moi University many years ago. So hao ni wale walienda mazishi jana. Yeah, so our brother rested in peace, and it has been a tremendous moment. That is a casket. That is a casket there. Maybe naweza wekea procession. So that is the vehicle which we used to ferry the body. Maybe naweza wekea procession kidogo. Mnajuanga procession ya watu wawekwa. Huyo jamaa kwa nyuma anaitwa Dan Okeo. Shimo ndio hiyo. That is the final resting place. Yeah, that was the final resting place. We rested him somewhere in Vihiga. Yeah, so that is that's how the procession happened somewhere in Vihiga. So he has left a very small family. Yeah. Mourning starts after that. Between death and the burial, mourning is usually not serious. Actually, mourning starts after burial because that is the time when many things start shedding off. The many people who used to comfort you, they are not there. You start now sensing the absence, the real absence of the man. So that family actually lost their father. So and today we are celebrating about Father's Day. So that is a family which will always be celebrating their father in absentia. Yeah, so it was a very, very solemn occasion. Na Mungu apumzishe roho yake mahali pema peponi. So that's what happened yesterday. So we were following that. Yeah, other than that, I had a nice Sunday today. I don't intend to go outside. Mimi nitakuwa. My Father's Day, I'm celebrating it here because you are the best crowned too. Nyinyi ndio watu wa maana for me to be with here right now. Yeah. Other than my immediate family, this is my second family. So mujisikie vizuri. So msionange kama ni mchezo. I cannot just be opening this show kama siwadhamini. Msimamo wako wapi? Na leo nilikuwa nataka kufiatua Kiswahili kidogo. Nimesikia hata jamaa mwingine anaitwa Senator Mulango kutoka eneo za Kirinyaga anafiatua Kiswahili sawa sawa. Na leo nilikuwa as a gift to fathers and dads like akina Budi, sababu and for your information, Budi amesema tusimuite father, tumuite dad. So I don't know the difference between the two. Maybe dad, father. So Budi anasema I'm not a father, I'm a dad. So there, when I'm growing up calling my father Papa. Then there are some other kids who are growing up. I'm hearing them calling their father dad. So, but I was not captured in that confirmation of referring to your father as dad. So I don't know the difference between the two. Sasa sisi ni wale watu wa kumuita Papa. VA. So I don't know the difference between the two. So hadi sahi I have not graduated. I still don't call my father dad, so I don't know. Natumia tu hiyo jina ya Kiembu tu ile tunazoea. So sasa wewe that's why I've given you that task to help me understand the difference between a father and a dad, because me I'm a father. So I don't know sasa what is the difference? Maybe ama nakataa ile jina mzuri. Hebu munielezee hapo. Sarah is here. She is wishing me happy Father's Day. I wish all men happy Father's Day other than Ruto. So Ruto, you will not get my happy Father's Day. Because you have not apologized to the fathers who some of their kids died. You have not apologized or even said anything serious on the continued attacks of our children. So I better even wish Kebake happy Father's Day in immortality than wish Mr. Ruto happy Father's Day. So happy Father's Day Mwai Kibaki. Hebu muniambie ni mababa wagani ambao wamepita katika hiyo eneo ingine you want to wish happy Father's Day Mwai Kibaki. Munipe mwingine munataka tupitishie happy Father's Day. Any person who did something astronomical in Kenya, munakumbuka? Wale ambao wametuacha, they are not in this body and you feel we need to wish them happy Father's Day because they left their generations here. Happy Father's Day Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Nani anataka kuishi Moi happy Father's Day? Now, who want to wish Moi happy Father's Day? Who want to wish Kenyatta One happy Father's Day? I was not able to experience Kenyatta One, so I have not much memories about him. So kama kuna mtu ali experience the goodness and the merry, any person who experience goodness and the merits of Kenyatta One, please can you wish him happy Father's Day hapo. Haya, nani ambaye alipata mazuri ya Moi? Ambaye alipata mazuri ya Moi, wish him happy Father's Day hapo. Waembu wako wapi hapa? How was Kamwithi Munyi? Stone PK, where are you? Wewe ndio unajua hawa watu. Aha, Roberto Ino ametakia baba. Najua huyo lazima angegongwa. Baba, happy Father's Day. That one I accept kwa mikono miwili. Happy Father's Day, Baba Raila Odinga. Yeah, thank you for being the person who you are for those 80 years. Unajua kuna watu hawajui baba alituacha akiwa na miaka 80, 80 years. For those 80 years, I was thinking 80 years was a very short time until I've started losing some of my friends and relatives, actually at even lesser ages, lesser than 45 years. And now I think I need to start respecting Raila Odinga dying age. It was not small. 80 years is he quite saw a lot. So we might have wanted to be with him for a long time, but 80 years was a good time. And anamtakia Kenyatta One happy Father's Day. Anasema alimpata, so ni kama alisikia vizuri. Somebody told me that tusichukie Kenyatta sana. He also brought some very serious projects in Kenya during his time. Somebody told me KICC was one of a very serious project during Kenyatta One. Hilton, hiyo hoteli tunaona hapo Hilton imejengwa wakati wa Kenyatta One. Which other project? Sasa tuambie sasa. Tupe project ya Kenyatta because unajidai ulikuwa. Tupe. Kenyatta, okay, so Anne says Kenyatta One was glorious. It was glorious that time. Was there a quality of money? Mulikuwa mnakuwa abducted. Hebu tuambie vijana watoto wa hiyo time. Mulikuwa mnakuwa abducted. How did it treat you? Okay. Wangari Maathai, I think she was not very famous during Kenyatta One time. Wanyere Kihoro. I heard the story of Wanyere Kihoro, and I happy Father's Day Wanyere Kihoro. Ni Wanyere Kihoro ama ni Wanyere Kihara? Yule ambaye alikuwa na bibi yake ambaye alikuwa kwa ICU for close to 3 years. Wanyere Kihoro, yeah. Yes, kulikuwa na abductions karikari that so, and you have to tell us then why you are celebrating that regime. Who else do I need to wish happy Father's Day? Happy Father's Day. Ama nitoke Africa. Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. Happy Father's Day. Uganda nitaguza nani? Uganda ni kama nimeanzia kuogopa. Uganda tuguze nani? Najua ana atatuambia Idi Amin hapa. Some guys here believe Idi Amin was a very good guy, and it was the Western propaganda which claimed that the guy was not good, but he was a good. So Uganda, sijui mnataka tuguze nani? Nani anataka Musaba? So Uganda, sijui mnataka tuguze nani? Happy Father's Day, Ibrahim Traore. I think in Burkina Faso I can touch somebody. Happy Father's Day, Ibrahim Traore. Niger. Niger who? anaitwa nani? Huyu mwingine wa hii nchi nyingine alikuwa anaitwa nani? Kwani najua Traore peke yake, hizi nchi tatu za Sahel hawa walipindua serikali zao. Anyone in Morocco? Sasa Morocco ndio sasa niende kwa wale sasa na natakia washinde specific boys who I want at least Hakimi did as well. Hakimi sijui Hakimi yako na azibi kama father or not. Happy Father's Day Hakimi kama uko na mtoto. Na Mr. Diaz, happy Father's Day Diaz for refusing to pray for Spain and praying for Morocco. We have a Spanish boy who prays for Morocco. Anaitwa Diaz, anaitwa Diaz. He is a Spanish but he prays for Morocco. I'm so proud of him. Yeye ndiye anatupia hizo maassist, unaona Morocco wakigonga gonga mtu. A very serious French boy. Not French, Spanish boy. I don't know how Spain missed that boy. I don't know how Spain missed that boy or that man. Diaz anachezea Real Madrid, a very good boy. Ameproduce assist mbili za maana sana. Now Spain is struggling because hawakutaka yeye. Kijana akasema acha niende hapa Morocco. And by the way, Africa is doing very well because Europe was so much congested and some guys decided to come. Yeah, happy Father's Day, Donald Trump. Yeah, the father of Ivanka Trump, the father of Don Trump Jr., the father of Eric Trump, the father of the other Kagala anaitwa aje? Baron Trump. There's Baron Trump and Tiffany Trump. Yeah, the father of Tiffany Trump. Tiffany Trump, who the mother is Mara Mapo. Baron Trump from Melania. And the other three from Ivanka Trump. Yeah, Ivanka Trump. So nani anataka kutakia Joe Biden happy Father's Day? Obama happy Father's Day, the two daughters. Hakuna mtu anataka kutakia Obama happy Father's Day. Msikue hivyo bana. Obama, anyone who want to wish Obama happy Father's Day? Baba Yangina, nani anataka kutakia Baba Yangina happy Father's Day? Mimi nimewaambia Ruto siwezi mutakia. Ruto will not receive my happy father. Okay. Sara amesema happy Father's Day. Gachagua. Mr. Gachagua, the dad to Keith. Nasikia Daktari Keith. Daktari Keith Gachagua. Ati Joseph anasema njoo kula hewa. Sitoki hapa kama amujanipea gift ya happy Father's Day. Siwezi kataa kuenda huko kukula na watu nakuja hapa na mnaniacha hivyo. Father's Day lazima mununue. Wacha hivyo mnajifanya hapa. Father's Day lazima mununue. Ama huyu baba yenu apotee. Acacia. Father's Day lazima mununue. Hiyo siwezi waacha. Hiyo Joseph, hiyo siwezi waacha. Amwezi ni mistreat from January to June. From January to June. And the only day in a year to treat somebody ni leo. Na mnafanya hapo amujui. Amujui kile kinaendelea. Kwanza leo siwezi sugua sufuria. Leo siwezi sugua sufuria. Siwezi. Mama Mary, leo siwezi sugua sufuria. Siwezi. Ati nisugue sufuria. Father's Day nisugue sufuria. Joseph, siwezi. Mnachezanga na mimi sana. Wacha kwanza. I'm not joking by the way, guys. Do you cash up hapo ya Father's Day by the way? Mnacheza na mimi aje ati sugua sufuria. Enda sugua. Nani? Siwezi. Okay, kuna ametakia Sifuna. Happy Father's Day to Sifuna, the next president of Kenya. Joseph anacheka hapo juu anajua amenifanya nikule maji. Aya, Chaka Mdune, happy Father's Day. Kwanza Chaka Mdune anakujanga hapa hata mtoto saa zingine akiwa analia. Unafikiria hatujui? Happy Father's Day Chaka Mdune. Na Chaka Mdune ni baba wa wengi. By the way, mkinipea Father's Day leo nitashare na Chaka Mdune. I will share with him. He is a father of so many. So Chaka Mdune, hiyo nime confirm. If I will get any Father's Day here from anyone, I will share with you. Sababu wewe ni baba wa wengi. Najua wewe ni baba wa wengi. Kuna ametakia Medho happy Father's Day Medho. Medho wako. Ona sasa ati Innocent happy Father's Day baba. Leo siwezi sugua sufuria. Hiyo siwezi. Sufuria ni hadi Tuesday. Tuesday. Sufuria. Na 25 siguzi sufuria. Sufuria ni past Tuesday next week. Leo ni ile siku. Wewe brother ya Medho, nimetosha sasa. Tuongelee no, lazima tupirishe Kasongo. Kasongo hawezi pata our happy Father's Day. Allow us to celebrate our Father's Day, man. Mama Mary anatakia Rigiji. Na pia mutakie mababa zenyu happy Father's Day pia. Na yopo leo umechunga baba yako. Acacia. Ayopo leo umechunga baba yako. Si ati tu unasema tu ati unakimbia hapo Arboretum. Ana ananiambia nichukue one day break. Joseph, tunapenda sana. Nini hiyo inapendwa? Hebu nione. Ati Acacia. Yes. Ati leo mademu wetu mmepesa. Yes, sikujua hapo. Ati amefikisha 20. Najua ni nani huyo anaambia amefikisha 20. Happy Father's Medho. Wow, okay. Ana anasema Mr. Njuguna is sorted. So niache ujinga wa kushinda nikisema. So please, kila mtu achunge baba yake hapo. Kila mtu achunge baba yake. Ndiye alikulea. Mzazi yako kulea, ukwange unakula peke yako. Innocent. Kama baba yuko pia ufanya mambo, Fanya mambo kama baba yuko. Yeah. Before you celebrate others, begin by celebrating them. Ona Joseph ati anasema, Joseph anajifanya. Ati Joseph, hebu nikutumia link kuja ushare hiyo. Hii ni ile you want the victim account. Unataka hebu ongea the victim account hii. Wacha tusikie abduction ya Joseph. Ati Joseph was abducted today. Joseph, nini kiliendelea manze? Ati I was abducted today. Ati innocent ati anasema ati simutu spoil. Na wamama msitu spoil alafu mseme mlitu spoil ati mwaka mzima. Juu nilisikianga ati spoiling ya wamama ni non-continuous. Non-continuous. Yeah, Anna and Acacia will not run out mouse day. Yeah, that's yeah, leo lazima mchunge wa baba. Wa baba wawezi teswa na Ruto na muwatese. Hakuna. Wa baba wawezi teswa na Ruto na muwatese. For real? Wa baba hawawezi teswa na Ruto na muwatese. We will not accept. We will not allow. So lazima wa baba leo enjoy. Nilisikia the other day Gachagua akisema mutembee mkua mmefungua shati. So wa baba mutembee mkua mmefungua shati. We will defend you against Ruto. We will defend you against Ruto. Ameamua hapa ati kila saa ni kuwatesa. Mara ndio hiyo akitaka kuongezea kodi wa baba walipe. Sijui akitaka sijui kufanya nini wazee walipe. Akitaka kutuibia kura wa baba wanapigwa. Wewe Innocent uone venye Ruto ameamulia wa baba wa Kenya wewe. Na muonge hebu Innocent hebu kanyanga link hapo. Ukuje uniambie Ruto anatesa wa baba aje. Hiyo lazima munielezee kabla ya tuendelee. So naona chaka mudune. Hebu kuja uniambie mababa wa Kenya wanateswa na Ruto aje. By the way, the Kenyan fathers they are under siege. I just met with a Kenyan father na amerament sana ba. Huyu jamaa akaniambia ile gift anataka ni tumungolee Ruto. Kamuuliza bwana, ni mkiniondolea Ruto, that is an enough gift. That's an enough gift for me for Father's Day. Huyo mtu anasema next year mumuondolee. Alafu sasa yeye anasema hiyo gift inatosha. Tumpe plan ya kungoa Ruto. That is a gift anataka, that is a gift for Father's Day. Sasa hii maneno atakumwambia ati tunaenda kumnunulia makoroni na nini. Yeye amesema muniondolee Ruto. Kama munataka Father's Day yangu ikuwe sawa, muniondolee Ruto. Muniondolee Ruto. Kweli wa baba sawa. So wa baba msikie, mumesalimika, mujue nyinyi ni watu wa maana. Yeah, you are the seed provider in the world and the devil is so determined to destroy you. So kama umeketi karibu hapo na baba, hebu mwambie wewe tutakuchunga sababu shetani hakutaki. Kama uko karibu na baba, hebu mwambie hivyo hapo sasa, tutakuchunga sababu shetani hakutaki. Shetani hawezi kuwa hakutaki na sisi hatukutaki. At least wacha tupunguze wale maandui wanataka mababa. Kama shetani amewaamulia, tunasema we will be on your side. We will be on your side, our father. Yes. Kama uko na baba hapo karibu, mwambie I get you. You will make it. Yes. Na kama kuna mtu anachelewesha mtu kukua baba, pia chap pia. Ndio pia kuna wengine wanasema that decision, you know, as you are becoming a mother, another person is becoming a father. So kama kuna besti yako pahali and he has to become a father, na wewe unasema I'm not ready. Well, watch, please. In fact, somebody can be called a father next year, a day like today, if good decisions are done. Mtu anaweza itwa baba next year. So hii story ya sababu kuna watu wako hapa, they also need to be celebrated as fathers, na wamewekewa tu breaks tu. Yeah, so all our fathers next year wachungwe pia. Okay, and it's gloomy, feels like the song disturbed Kasongo County. Okay. Sawa, sasa wacha turudi sasa kwa the main stuff. As usual, I like starting with my nice girl here. Nataka musikia ati leo Ruto amekuwa Narok na sio Ruto. So wacha sasa tuingie kwa siasa officially. Is it officially or officially? Hii ni event pale Narok ya jamaa anajidai yeye ana support Ruto. Kama muone Ruto vile anaangamia, ana chake. Huyu tunangua one time is man.
The governor stood on the stage, microphone in hand, ready to deliver his message. But in front of him was the one thing every politician fears: silence. Rows and rows of white plastic chairs sat empty. The people who had gathered in Narok County were gone, and the man left speaking to an almost empty venue was Governor Patrick Ole Ntutu, a strong defender of President William Ruto's government, after what was supposed to be a political gathering turned into a dramatic public rejection. The governor had arrived with a message, but the audience delivered a different one. The walkout happened as Ntutu shifted his speech away from the condolence message he was expected to deliver and moved into political territory, criticizing opposition leaders and defending the government amid rising political tensions ahead of the June 25th Gen Z protest anniversary. We share in your grief. Residents who had come to listen left as the governor began lecturing them about politics, leaving behind a powerful image that quickly spread across the country. A governor on stage, empty chairs in front of him, and a political message that failed to land. And great service rules to the city. He advanced cooperation on more basic conditions. In the national education board, he supported. This moment in Narok is now being viewed as part of a much bigger political battle unfolding around President William Ruto's administration, because days earlier, the president himself had launched one of his strongest attacks yet against opposition figures, accusing them of spreading propaganda, fueling unrest, and misleading Kenyans over government policies. In Nandi County, President Ruto defended his administration and strongly backed the passing of the Finance Bill 2026. He praised the members of parliament who supported the bill, saying the history will remember them. But while celebrating the passage of the legislation, the president also went after his critics. One of his main targets was his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua, who has become increasingly vocal against the Kenya Kwanza administration. Ruto questioned Gachagua's political record and dismissed criticism coming from someone who served one term as a member of parliament before rising to become deputy president.
Mwingine hapo mtu ameiba relief food. Yaani chakula ya watu maskini. Ya watu wako na njaa umeenda kuiba. Hujatosheka na hiyo umeenda kuibia mayatima, umeenda kuibia wajane. Hujatosheka na huko umekuja kuleta ukabila, chuki, kiburi, ukafukuzwa. Sasa wewe unataka kutupatia ati unatupatia lecture. Lecture za ngapi? Mtu one term MP. Ati unatuambia one term. Wewe my friend, you don't know who you are dealing with.
The remarks came as Gachagua's Democracy for Citizens Party continues building momentum among critics of the government.
Tumalizane na ndio. Kasongo ni kufinish. Kasongo ni kufinish.
Gachagua was not the only opposition figure targeted. President Ruto also turned his attention to Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, questioning what he described as the former vice president's achievements after decades in politics. Ruto asked what major legacy had been created after more than 40 years in government. He pointed to the prison facility in Kithimani in Machakos County while criticizing Kalonzo's record. Then came another political attack, this time directed at former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. Ruto questioned Matiang'i's criticism of the current government and referenced the controversy surrounding bodies found in River Yala during his time as Interior CS.
Na wengine hawa mtu mwingine mkutano kubwa inapigwa kelele kama hapa analala. Sasa hii anatuambia maswali sijui nini tunaongea mambo ya sijui nini sijui maandamano nini watu wamefanya nini.
The president's message was clear. He wanted his supporters to see the opposition as a group trying to create instability, and he wanted Kenyans to judge his administration based on development rather than political criticism. But the biggest issue hanging over the country is the upcoming June 25th anniversary demonstrations. The date carries memories of deadly anti-government protests that shook Kenya in 2024. Ruto accused opposition leaders of being behind plans to mobilize demonstrations and warned those involved in violence.
We must focus on our development, and we must never allow things that take Kenya backwards. You know, I hear some people, the other day I saw some people there saying, oh, we want to shut down the country. Or we want, we will defend the right of everybody because we are a country that believes viciously in order. We are a civilized nation. We are an organized society. We believe in the rule of law. We protect everybody's right. It is right for every citizen who has an issue to petition or to protest, and we must protect their right to do so. We must also protect the right of our children to go to school and learn, and our farmers to go to the farms and produce food so that we don't sleep hungry. And the business people, we must protect them to go to work, to do business. We must protect every worker to go to work so that we can raise our productivity. So we must protect the right of everybody so that we have a functioning, civilized, orderly, democratic, constitutional nation. And we are going to do it together. The public service, the legislature, constitutional commissions, our judiciary, the executive, and on that mission of protecting the rights of everybody.
He said the government will compensate families who lost loved ones during protests as part of an effort to close that chapter. But he also issued a warning to those carrying weapons or destroying property. He said peaceful demonstrations are protected, but violence will not be tolerated. According to the president, someone going to protest carrying stones, machetes, or clubs is not exercising their democratic right.
And the one thing that is not going to happen is that people will be mobilized to destroy property or to cause chaos or mayhem. That will not happen. Children will go to school because it's their right to go to school. Workers will go to work because that's how we raise the productivity of our nation. And businesses will go open their businesses and grow our economy.
But despite the government's defense, scenes like the one witnessed in Narok show that the political battle is no longer happening only inside parliament or at rallies. It is happening among ordinary citizens. The empty chairs facing Governor Tutu became more than an embarrassing moment. For supporters of the opposition, it represented public frustration. For government supporters, it represented the challenge of communicating achievements in a highly charged political environment. And as June 25th approaches, the question remains, are Kenyans rejecting the government's message, or are politicians struggling to connect with the country demanding answers? Because in Narok, the loudest statement was not made by a microphone. It was made by the people who quietly stood up and walked away. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader, Karen Chubet.
Tello Mobile. Hey, want wireless service?
Yeah. We Anu nataka tutoe Chebet mapema na I like listening to her anyway. She is one of my fans. So lazima uruhusu. I saw today she had a more explicit video about Ruto and the way Ruto is pretending that watu hawezi andamana because we want to defend everybody. So that is his concept of reasoning. you want to defend everybody. But I do not understand when somebody says, I want to defend everybody. And this one actually comes to what that American pastor was telling us today. The government is not there to instruct us. I think hata kama tunasemanga wa Marekani ni wajinga, but there are some of their philosophies, they make sense. The government is not here to instruct us, but the government is here to listen to us. So when Ruto is saying those things, is he instructing us? Ama ni sisi tumwambie how we want to be governed? Since when is Ruto there to tell us how we need to be governed? And who told Ruto that we want to destroy businesses? Hatutaki watoto waende shule? Who told him that hatuwezi kuwa na maandamano and we will be civilized if he does not introduce violence within maandamano yetu? I think Africans, we have to become civilized. And I think we are civilized. Ni mujinga tu anatusumbua. Because why would he start? No one is interested. I don't think there's no any Kenyan, a serious Kenyan, who is interested in destroying somebody's business. No one is interested in kids not going to school. They are not part of this stuff here. But Ruto is interested in the government attacking people. And he is not willing, or they don't want Kenyans to defend themselves. And if Kenyans resort in defending themselves, wanapigwa risasi, wanapigwa buduki. That is what this means here. Kenyans are left outside the cold to fend for themselves and to be attacked by government machinery. Why? Kenyans cannot defend themselves. Why? I'm so proud of Narok people for doing what they did to this governor, because this governor does not deserve to tell people what they cannot feel and what they cannot touch. You are going there to start telling people, Ruto sijui amefanya hii, Ruto amefanya hii. Since when? Unaelezewa presidency has never spoken about. An existing presidency. That's what I'm saying. An existing presidency is not spoken about. An existing presidency is felt, is heard. Yani, hata ukiwa umeketi pahali unasema enye tuko na rais. Hey, things are so good. You are smiling. Hey, wow. Wametoa tax. Mafuta imeteremka. Unaona, cheki. That's how you are supposed to be feeling your government, where they, hey, wow. Kama jana, by the way, where I am, gas imeteremka vibaya sana. So my previous fearing, let me show you, like wakati naweka kadi yangu. So my previous time nilinunua gas 3.99. I bought $3.99. Tuseme $2 nilinunua gas $4. Jana ile pale nilienda kufuel, nilifuel na 3.399. Unaona sasa, mimi niko tu kwa gas, nimeweka tu hivi, nimeona namba hapo. Nimeona si namba hapa. Si unajua mafuta ya Amerika kuna kuanga na 87, I think 90 na 91. Then nini hapo kwa nini kwa fueling kwa gas hapo. So kuna 87. Many of us tunafinyanga nikaangalia 87. Mbona hii ama ni 3 imeandikwa vibaya, ama hii 3 ni 9. And nikamwambia jana. So the other day when I fueled, nilifuel 3.999. Jana nimefuel na 3.399. Kumaanisha wametoa 0.6. Nikichukua tu kitu ya kuweka mafuta. Hebu niwaoneshe. Nikichukua hiyo nozzle, lift your nozzle now. Nikiweka tu hapo tu kwa gari tu hivi, nafanya hivi. Okay. Like I was smiling. I was feeling good. That's how you feel your government. niko tunasema yani like kuna venye nilikuwa nasikia. Sasa msi akikuja niambie bwana Gawa inafanya kazi, hata mwambie yes, I can relate with things which are happening, and I hope wataipunguza because before the Iranian war we were fueling at 2.4 2.4 2.6 hapo, hii mwaka tu hapo January hapo we were fueling at I think it was 2.4 ama 2.6, ilikuwa ina oscillate hapo. Still hiyo dola moja I hope wataitoa that at almost $1, but at least I was happy yesterday because I saw a reduction of 0.6 per gallon. So 0.6, that's around, nataka kukupea that value in Kenyan money. 1 gallon is 2.25 liters. 1 gallon is 2.25 liters. Then 0.6 of $1 times around 130, that one is 78 shillings. So we are talking of a reduction of 78 shillings for gas for 2.25 liters. So if I divide 78 by 2.25, that one is around 32, 33 there. So we are talking about a reduction of 33 shillings per liter. Jan, as I was feeling, as I was traveling somewhere, I felt good. Nilisikia vizuri. I felt good. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's how you feel the government. But uwezi niambia you cannot come to explain to me. Hii story nataka lowest truth. Uwezi kuja kuniambia bana, wewe uone serikali inafanya job. You don't explain a working government. Na hii ndio vitu ambayo wale wajinga wana support Ruto, they don't understand. Huwezi kuja kuniambia by the way boss, serikali inafanya kazi. That is stupidity. Na any ambaye anangojea akuje kuambiwa serikali inafanya kazi, that person is sick. That person is sick. It cannot be explained. Huwezi elezewa. And I don't know how many times I'm going to speak this. Kuna vitu huwezi elezewa. It is like trying to explain to your kid you are a good father or you are a good mother. You cannot. They have to feel it. They have to touch it. They have to. There must be parameters. Uwezi kuambia by the way, na mnajua mimi ni baba mzuri. Mnajua by the way, mnajua mimi ni mama mzuri. No one should tell you that the government is working. You should be telling us kulingana na zile vitu zinatendeka. Hata ukienda bana boss, bana hii serikali iko chonjo bana. Wewe makadamia. Before my grandfather, before my grandfather died, because he died during Kenyatta regime. So I remember I'm talking with my grandfather after Kibaki ameingia, alikuwa na makadamia mingi sana. So ananiambia bwana, sasa ndio tumepata serikali. I'm trying to tell you how my grandfather used to speak to me. Sasa ndio tumepata serikali. Because at that time, during Moi time, makadamia ilikuwa inanunuliwa 15 bob na 10 na per kilo, na shilingi 10 per kilo. Kibaki ameingia, makadamia imeshoot mpaka 70. And midway ikafika mpaka 150 during Kibaki regime. My grandfather akaniambia in Kiembu, leo ni vitu turagire thirikari. Nikamuuliza what do you mean? Akaniambia sasa ndio tutatajirika. Nikamuuliza what do you mean? Si ungoje wewe, that is 205 206. Unacheza na 70 shillings per kilo makadamia. Hii yote hebu hesabu hii kilo, hii yote hebu hesabu hii kilo. Hapa nitakosa 50,000. Hapa nitakosa. That's what he is saying. Huyo mzee 2007 he could not believe that Kibaki hatarudi tena. Hata ile wakati tunamwambia kulingana na vile tunasikia na huko nje. Akaniambia hapana bwana. Iwezekani bwana. Anyway, I'm trying to you feel kitu kizuri wakiona. Ni kama hata hii chai inakunywa hapa. Unaweza anzia kuniambia hii bwana Njiru bwana, hii chai ni tamu sana, hii chai ni tamu bwana, hii chai ni tamu. Lakini unipei nionje, unanionyesha tu hivi tu. Bwana hii chai ni tamu. Hii chai ni tamu bwana, hii chai ni tamu bwana, usicheze bwana. Hii chai. Hii chai ni tamu bwana. Alafu unaweka hapo. Hii chai hii. Ama wewe Joseph Said unakuambia hii chai ni tamu, hii chai ni tamu hii. Usicheze na hii chai. Hii chai usicheze nayo. Can you react to that stupid statement? Sijakuonjesha. Sijafanya nini? Nakwambia tu hii chai ni tamu. Haya, Joseph anasema ni mkulima, so he knows. So Joseph, you need to tell us now and previously, when are you enjoying? Saa hiyo French beans yako mnanunua vizuri? We need to hear from you. You cannot be told a government is working. You feel it. I have seen some propagandists from Ruto government. They are saying that atiata barabara ya Liloni inajengwa, we were expecting it not to be built. So please, if you come, and we know, by the way, Ruto will try to bribe people. Yes, he might want to build your barabara ya Liloni, but is it going to be built at the level which we want and at a price which is reasonable, where Kenyans are not going to lose money? We have already lost money in Talanta. Yes, wamejenga Talanta, but I'm hearing Talanta imejengwa na pesa mingi kuliko Old Trafford. Do you want to tell me that Talanta ni noma kuliko Old Trafford? Old Trafford ama ya Real Madrid, Bernabeu, Talanta. Hebu tu nataka nini Talanta na Bernabeu. Hebu nataka niwaekee Bernabeu hapa, mniambia Talanta inakaa hivi. Kuna watu wameniambia bwana, because Talanta imetumia budget kubwa kuliko Bernabeu. Nataka tu mniambie, unajua leo msiniambie na wachocha with the market in Europe. So hebu niambie. Ama Maracana in Brazil. Hii ndio Bernabeu. Wazito, Talanta inakaa hivyo? Yeah, that is Bernabeu. Talanta inakaa hivyo? Hebu mshare videos. Talanta inakaa hivyo? Lowest truth. Already Joseph is telling us they are under distress. Pia TZ, wakati wa Magufuli, jamaa found Tanzanite stones after middlemen walitolewa. Instant millionaire from zero. No wonder Magufuli had to go. Talanta inakaa hivyo? Hiyo ni Bernabeu. That is Bernabeu. Ile ambayo mnapiga kelele huko mpaka all the noises. Okay, wacha niweke, mnaweza sema na nini, wacha niweke the famous Belo Horizonte. Let me do Belo Horizonte in Brazil. Hii ndio mnasemanga, unajua they are third world countries like us. Inaitwa Belo Horizonte. So wacha niweke Belo Horizonte hapa, mniambie kama unajua hapa Belo Horizonte, hapa ndio the famous thrashing of Brazil happened. Pale walifungwa mbao 7 na Germany. So nataka mniambie kama Talanta ndio hii. Hapa ni Belo Horizonte. Talanta inakaa hivyo. Nimesikia mnajisifu sana. Ndio hiyo sasa nimewaletea. This one is a little bit in a country which is not very serious. Hapa ni Brazil hapa. Pale mliona yule mama alioneshana kwa TV. Sijui nani waliona huyo mama alioneshana kwa TV akiwa anapumua sana. Kama nyinyi kama hamjaona hiyo mimi tu mkae. Mliona yule jamaa alikuwa anaangalia pahali na mama anapumua sana hapo. Kama hujakutana na hiyo wewe ni bure. Kama hujakutana na hao mafanzu wawili wa Brazil, wewe ni bure. That is Belo Horizonte. So is Talanta Stadium like that? Because imetumia pesa mingi kuliko hii. That one is Belo Horizonte in Brazil. So nataka muniambie kama this is Belo Horizonte, I mean, in Portuguese. Belo Horizonte is a city in Brazil. Naitwa Belo Horizonte. Sitaweka Old Trafford hapa, watu wa Man U wataringa sana. Na sijui kwa nini hamtaki kuita New Trafford. I don't know why you call it Old Trafford. It should be called New Trafford. Mbona hiyo uwanja tu inakaa mzee all the time? Yesu anasema ati Father's Day no fans. Hakuna do Father's Day. Haya ndio hii. Ndio hii Old Trafford. Hata kama ina roof. Old Trafford ndio hiyo. Talanta inakaa hivyo. Talanta inakaa hivyo. Unajua nataka munijibu. Talanta inakaa hivyo ama bado? Mama Mary amesema ati yeye ni bure. Hujapatana na huyo fan wa Brazil? Kuna mama wa Brazil wako hapa hivi, amevaa nguo ya yellow, amejifunga hivi na knot. Kuna jamaa kwa kando yake hapo anachungulia, anapatikana kwa screen akifanya mambozi yake hapo. Mama Mary, nitakutumia. So wewe sio bure. Nitakutumia. Yeah, so that one is the Old Trafford. Yosef asharukia. Yosef ni fan wa football asharukia. Kama mujaona huyo fan wa Brazil hapo, kuna demo amekaa hapa, jamaa ako hapa, na demo anapumua vibaya sana. So yeah, they were caught on the camera. It's a scene which has gone viral. Mama Mary, nitakutumia uone. Yeah, I will send you. It's a very serious scene. Yeah, it's a very serious scene. So hiyo Talanta mnaringiwa nayo inakaa hivyo. Hata nikuonesha matreni za nchi zingine mtaona hata hiyo ujinga mnashindaka mkiambia we will build a train, we will build this, we will do this, we will do that. So somebody has told me that Mau Summit Road is being built. So let me see what YouTube has for us when it comes to that. Let me see. Mau Summit, unajua Google Mau Summit Road. Let's see kama watatoa. Inspection of Rironi Mau Summit Road. So this is what Citizen posted previous days ago. Law is true that anasema Andy ameniita. Amujaona huyo fan wa Brazil kweli? Kama amujaona huyo fan wa Brazil, na mafanzi wa Kenya mkuange pia mnashangilia game hivyo. Acha niweke hii muniambie kama hii they have started posting. We monitor.
This is Arby's pecan chicken salad sandwich. This medley of diced chicken chop.
Mambo. Whatever. Mambo.
Noma si noma.
Nataka niwaambie kwanza kabisa, mnafanya kazi nzuri. Hii kazi mnafanya hapa sio tu riziki mnajitafutia, mnasaidia kujenga nchi yetu. Wakati hii barabara itapanuka ikamilike, itasemekana kuna Wakenya ambao walifanya hiyo kazi, na nyinyi mtakuwa katika hiyo vitabu ya kumbukumbu. I am so happy. I am proud of you. I wish you all the best. We will support the young people of Kenya to work with their hands, to work with their skills. Watu wanaona tu mko na mavumbi, lakini nchi zote za dunia, hata Amerika, zinajengwa na wananchi na mikono yao. Somebody has to do this bridge, si ndio? Na mimi nimeshukuru, na kama kuna watu fire ni nyinyi. Nyinyi ndio fire. Nyinyi ndio original fire.
That's a useless launch. That is from Yosef. Unangojea kitabu ya nani? Lo. Okay. Wow, nimeanzia kupewa brasha. Ruto has no plans to leave the office in 27. Huyo ni Monsieur Carr. Aya, wacha tuweke hii empty promises because I can see KTN did something to scare.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Now KTN wataki ujinga. 46 minutes ago at the gallery of Ruto Rise. Hey, okay. At Ruto versus Kalonzo. Wanjigi anasema ati Ruto will win in the morning. Sasa hiyo.
Welcome back to Checkpoint. Let's take a look at that special feature. Now, President William Ruto has turned deadlines into a familiar song. 6 months here, 1 year there. Yet some projects that have been launched remain trapped in speeches, from multi-billion shilling dams that have not broken ground, to national stadia that remain drawings on blueprints, to highways that vanish from budgets, and markets that never materialize. The litany of broken pledges grows longer by the month. Yet each time, he simply moves on to the next podium, the next crowd, the next dramatic promise, delivered with thunderous rhetoric. Now, Kenyans are learning a hard and expensive lesson. A presidential pledge under this administration is nothing but hot air. Our investigative reporter, Vera Mora, has been visiting some of these areas and reports on what remains on the ground and what exists only in speeches.
Tuko na solution ya engineering na tuko na pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi.
Sina imani na hii serikali.
We had been promised by the government it will be complete, let's say in 6 months.
Kwani wanangojea kampeni ifike ili wakuje sasa wapige na hii barabara kampeni.
From dusty plains of Marsabit to the coastal shores of Mombasa.
Simu utakuwa unapiga free of charge. Simu haitakuwa inakatika kwa sababu sasa tutakuwa tumedeploy internet.
From Moyale.
Nageni Mbadada. Yoya.
To the lakeside city of Kisumu.
Josia Yauntie.
Commitments have been made to Kenya's capital, Nairobi.
Kila chief in the next 6 months
atakuwa na tablet.
William Ruto to move forward and receive.
Nearly 4 years into the Kenya Kwanza administration, KTN embarks on a journey tracing the footprints of every project that the Kenya Kwanza administration has promised Kenyans since they took office. This promise tracker, a KTN special report, begins right here
at the Nithi Bridge in Tharaka Nithi County. This is the most promised project by President William Ruto. Did he deliver or not?
The most promised bridge, Nithi Bridge. Hapo hakuna kitu. Jonathan, wametengeneza inaitwa the Gallery of Lies. Noma.
Hii Nithi itakoma kuua wananchi wa hapa Meru na Tharaka Nithi na sehemu hii.
Hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza.
Kuna bridge hapo imesumbua sisi na nakumbushwa kila siku inaitwa Nithi Bridge. Hiyo Nithi Bridge contractor amefika ako kwa hapo. Nimekubaliana na DP hapa, sio this week, hiyo wiki.
Contractor ako hapo. Nataka kurudisha huyo msichana akituonesha, mniambie kama mnaona contractor. Ngojeni. Nimerudisha nyuma, nataka mniangalilie kama contractor ako hapo. Simwesikia Ruto amesema contractor ako hapo.
Has promised Kenyans since they took office. This promise tracker, a KTN special report, begins right here at the Nithi.
Kuna contractor hapo. Na hii lazima ikuwe ni picha ilipigwa last week. Kuna contractor hapo. Nauliza, kuna contractor mnaona hapo ama ni mimi sioni zangu? Nasema ati hata Ruto amesema hata contractor hako hapo. Meaning that tunafaa kukua tukiona contractor amejenga hapa, ako na site yake hapa. Tunafaa kuona sasa daraja kuna maninizi na nataka mtasikia hapa. Contractor ashafika ako hapo. Hey!
Bridge in Tharaka Nithi County. This is the most promised project by President William Ruto. Did he deliver or not?
Hii Nithi itakoma kuua wananchi wa hapa Meru na Tharaka Nithi na sehemu hii.
Hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza.
Kuna bridge hapo imesumbua sisi na nakumbushwa kila siku inaitwa Nithi Bridge. Hiyo Nithi Bridge contractor amefika ako kwa hapo. Nimekubaliana na DP hapa, sio this week, hiyo wiki ingine, si ndio DP? The other week. Huyu mjamaa tuko tayari na contractor ana mobilize. Mimi nataka alete contractor the other week ya bridge ya Nithi.
My assurance to you is that we now have a solution for Nithi Bridge.
Maendeleo ni safari.
In the backyard of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, I spent several hours gazing at the infamous Nithi Bridge. To call this bridge risky would be an understatement. Perched above a treacherous stretch, Nithi Bridge is a constant reminder of a tragedy waiting to happen. Yet, for almost 4 years, President William Ruto has campaigned and used it to woo the people of Meru and Tharaka Nithi.
Hii Nithi Bridge,
hii Nithi
for Nithi Bridge.
Nithi Bridge.
ya Nithi. Mimi nitatengeneza.
Today, the question remains, has the promise of a lasting solution crossed the notorious Nithi Bridge?
This is how easy it is to buy shares of properties on RealBricks. You can scroll down to a property that you're interested in.
President William Ruto's
Imagine hii daraja kuna mtu alijenga. Yule mtu alijenga hii daraja hata kama inakaa hivyo mumheshimu sana. Venye hata inakaa. Hii kitu Ruto hata hawezi anza. Na mimi naomba sana Ruto asijaribu hii kitu. Hii ni black spot mnaundiwa hapa. It will be worse than this one. Hii si kazi. By the way, thank God he has been unable to do it. Hii daraja hii haihitaji mjinga. Hii This is a very complex job, this one. In fact, Kenyans should thank God Ruto ameshindwa. Ili yule base tunaingiza 2027 akuje apange. Hii ni black spot hii. Hapa Ruto akikujengea hii, mutaenda kubomoa. Hii mutaenda kubomoa. Black spot mbaya sana atawekea hapa. In fact, Meru people should be happy. Waambie tu Mungu awalinde mpaka 2027 tung'oe yeye. Alafu sasa waende wa negotiate na a more serious guy. Yeah, so hizi vitu tunaweza zipende by the way. Huyu jamaa kumpea kazi saa hii utawekewa hata vitu substandard hapa. I don't trust this guy even with the steel. Huyu mnaweza wekewa hata chuma imeoza hapa. Na nimeacha.
Promises have turned out to be nothing more than smoke and mirrors. When KTN conducted a spot check, the reality on the ground told a different story. The same bridge that was constructed decades ago still stands. For years, this neglected structure has remained a silent witness to tragedy, claiming tens of lives. Several years down the line, concerned citizens are left wondering whether this was just optics.
Sina imani na hii serikali. Hata kama wamefanya tu vitu zenye hatuelewi, hatuna imani na hii serikali kabisa. Kwa sababu ni serikali ya kusema, lakini inasema tu.
Sina imani na hii serikali. Hata kama wamefanya vitu hatuelewi. Unajua nataka huyo ni Mkenya na unajua lowest truth that I want you audit that statement. Hii serikali hatuelewi hata kama wamefanya vitu hatuelewi. No, you know, I'm a man of semantics, Nataka msikilize huyu dem.
Some citizens are left wondering whether this was just optics.
Sina imani na hii serikali. Hata kama wamefanya tu vitu zenye hatuelewi, hatuna imani na hii serikali kabisa. Kwa sababu ni serikali ya kusema, lakini inasema tu bila matendo. Na si ati pesa ati haiko, pesa haiko. Sasa tunauliza, kwani wanangojea kampeni ifike ili wakuje sasa wapige na hii barabara kampeni? Sababu walisema kuna pesa.
Hata inaanza kupasuka hapo chini. Tutengenezewe hiyo haraka iwezekanavyo. Tuone kama watu wetu sio wa Tharaka Nithi, ni watu wa Kenya mzima ndio wanakufia hapo. Lakini ukiangalia wale wengi ni wale wanatoka Maua, Meru, pande hiyo.
Because President William Ruto and his deputy are on record stating different quotations mixing the entire nation.
We have 7 billion shillings ya kujenga Nithi Bridge.
Sasa tumeweka pesa ya serikali 1.7 billion ya kujenga hiyo barabara, barabara kiasi, lakini mainly the bridge.
Tuko na solution ya engineering na tuko na pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi.
There is 2 solutions to that bridge. One will cost us 5 billion shillings, and they have designed how it's going to happen. The other one is going to cost us 50 billion shillings.
Hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza. Inahitaji shilingi bilioni 7. Ni pesa nyingi.
Well, it's not just Nithi Bridge.
Tutawajengea soko ingine 9.
Across the country, one phrase has become synonymous with President William Ruto's pledge: in 6 months.
In 6 months' time, for the next 6 months, in the next 6 months,
and within 6 months,
in the next 6 months.
Kuanzia mwezi wa 6.
The in 6 months phrase is actually not new to President William Ruto's political vocabularies. It predates his presidency. Long before he occupied the highest office in the land, then serving as deputy president under the Jubilee administration, Ruto stood before crowds and made a bold commitment regarding the construction of Kamarinyi Stadium.
In 6 months' time, the stadium in Kamarinyi in West Pokot, which is historic, will be complete.
Years later, that pledge remains a reference point in conversations about political promises. It is a pattern that continues to draw scrutiny, especially whenever familiar timelines resurface in new projects. And Kenyans are now asking if 6 months is a deadline or merely a political catchphrase. Let's shift focus to Elgeyo Marakwet County. And for residents here, the Kamarinyi Stadium pledge became a symbol of waiting and delayed transformation. The stadium, referred as a cherished athletic hub in a region known for producing world-beating runners, remained untouched for years since that promise was made. And it is not just Kamarinyi. President William Ruto promised many others before he took office.
In 6 months' time, the stadium in Wote will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Chuka will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Moyale will be complete. In a couple of months, the stadium in Eldoret will be complete. In Nyeri, the president gave the title. There was a challenge of title. Now we have a title, and now the program has been rolled out. In Kiambu, in another 3-4 months, the stadium will be complete.
And now with the full weight of presidency behind him, it has not taken 3 months or 6 months or a few months like he mentioned it. It has taken President William Ruto's administration 3 years, and still there is little to show. Kamarinyi is set to host Mashujaa Day on October 20th this year, but construction is yet to commence. And perhaps the government will have to look for alternative grounds to host the national celebration. Looking back on Labor Day, the celebrations in Vihiga County were inside the grounds of Chavakali High School, where classrooms gave way to tents and a school field had been transformed into a national stage. Yet, just a few heartbeats away, Kidundu Stadium, once promised, is yet to be completed. Its construction stalled and later went silent.
We are at the preliminary stages, preparing, securing the area, constructing the perimeter wall.
Then there is Wote Stadium in Makueni County, a project that was launched with optimism in 2017 by President William Ruto, then Deputy President. He promised it would be completed within 6 months.
In 6 months' time, the stadium in Wote will be complete.
Wote Stadium, that we had been promised by the government, it will be complete, let's say in 6 months. And this field has become an impediment on how we can grow our talents. We are having a lot of congestion because in this town we only have one field. That is a police ground hosting 10 senior teams and 4 junior teams and 4 lady teams.
Several years down the line, over 300 million Kenyan shillings have been spent on the project, but on the ground, there is little to match the scale of investment.
Would really like and would really appreciate that this field is put into use first.
Adjacent to Wote Stadium, President William Ruto's pet project, the affordable housing, is slowly taking shape. Many question about priorities, or is it just optics? Then there is the Kiprugut Chumo Stadium in Kericho, formerly Kericho Green, that hosted the 2023 Mashujaa. In the lead up to the event, the stadium received a facelift. Its surfaces were polished and sections upgraded to meet the demands of a national ceremony. But the moment Kenyans departed, the moment appeared to fade with them.
We are going to redesign the stadium. We are going to remove the current terrace that you see and do new terraces and rework the field and the running track so that we provide 8 lanes in the standard they should be.
The shell of half-built arenas stand as monuments to broken pledges 2 years later. Notably, the stadium had previously received 37 million Kenyan shillings in 2020. Altogether, 437 million Kenyan shillings has been spent here with little to show.
Tulikuwa tumeweka tartan track hapo mbeleni. I think it was in 2020. Kwa ile renovation ilifanywa wakati ya Mashujaa, tartan track haiko. Na ukiangalia pia kiwanja bado haijafika ile standard inafaa.
Ukiona hii nyasi ni ile ya ng'ombe. Hapa mvua ikinyesha season ya mwezi wa 4 vizuri, hakuna game inachezwa hapa. Inakuwa kama ni shamba ya ng'ombe.
In Nyeri, take Rirungu Stadium.
In Nyeri, the president gave the title. There was a challenge of title. Now we have a title,
and now the program has been rolled out.
It is one of the projects that have been relaunched multiple times. In 2023, Ruto himself commissioned its construction, but little progress followed, and the contract was terminated after consuming over 250 million Kenyan shillings. By 2025, the project was handed to the Kenya Defence Forces with an estimated cost of 800 million Kenyan shillings. 3 years on, what was envisioned as the largest stadium in the Mount Kenya region, intended to serve Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua, and Nyeri counties, remains unfinished. In total, the Kenya Kwanza administration has already spent close to 1 billion Kenyan shillings on this project.
Sasa nimeamurisha ya kwamba hii Ruringu sasa nimeambia watu wa jeshi wakuja wanisaidie kukamilisha hiyo Ruringu. And I am very confident that by the end of this year we will complete Ruringu.
For President William Ruto, the clock appears to have long run out on the promises once made with certainty and conviction.
For the next 6 months, in the next 6 months,
And within 6 months.
in the next 6 months.
What were presented as firm timelines have since dissolved into years, while the silence of unfinished projects continues to grow louder. So, dear Mr. President, the nation asks, was it ever about service or survival? Vera Mora, KTN.
Yeah, the Gallery of Life. That one is from KTN. That is not something new to us. Wale wanataka. So Parkland residents live in fear amid alleged night raids and forced eviction attempts. Hiyo ni mambo gani Kenya tena? So kuna kitu Jimmy Wanjigi amesema, but I don't want to play the whole video ya Jimmy Wanjigi. I don't want to play the whole video of Jimmy Wanjigi. Maybe we will have to play it, but Matiang'i kwanza. Leo Gachagua alienda kanisa ama I've not had a astronomical video from Gachagua. Let's see Matiang'i. Alafu nitafute Jimmy Wanjigi.
Bishop Bertrand Kamuyu na bishop wetu ambaye ametawaswa leo ambaye
Sawa Musyoka, it is the next. We pray. I want us, as we are listening to Matiang'i na tukuja tusikilize Wanjigi, I want us to audit. How does Wanjigi want to become a team player? What are the contributions he think he can bring? So I want us, as we watch them, we audit. Si ati tunasikiliza for the sake. So nikileta Wanjigi, I want us, we involve our mind more, because Wanjigi can be an element of distraction, element of destabilization. So that's why we have to be very keen and we listen to every word. Mungekuwa na time tungecheza hiyo video yake yote ya dakika 50, but I don't think if it is worthy. But wacha kwanza tusikie Matiang'i, tusikilize Wanjigi, then we see what is he saying. So mkuwe patient, musipotee. I'm still here. Nile, you know, these political actors lazima tuwasikilize, because they are the people who we will give them power to dislodge Ruto. So that is why it is very important to listen to these elements.
Ndio ametualika hapa, washiriki wa kanisa hii, ndugu zangu viongozi, mkiongozwa na mheshimiwa mjumbe wa hapa JK Kiarie, na wale ndugu zangu wengine ambao wanatafuta hii kiti, na viongozi wa chama chetu cha Jubilee ambao mmefika hapa leo, ndugu na dada, na washukuru sana kwa nafasi hii ya kipekee. Mimi sitaongea sana kwa sababu ukiwa mgeni, ukienda mahali na wewe ni mgeni, ni vizuri ujibebe kama mgeni. Wezi kuwa eti unapiga mambo mingi na wewe ni mgeni. Bishop Jacob Kamuyu, congratulations. Ninakushukuru na kupongeza kwa kutawasa leo kuwa Archbishop wa kanisa letu pande hii la Israel. Na viongozi wa kanisa hili ninawapongeza nyinyi wote, wazee, archbishops, vile mmetuombea na yale ambao mmetuambia na vile mmetushauri. Wananchi wenzangu, washiriki wa kanisa hili, sisi wote, hata kama we ni mtu wa kanisa Katoliki kama Senator Onyonka, makanisa ya FDA kama mimi, sisi wote tunamwabudu Mwenyezi Mungu na tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa nafasi ya kuabudu na nyinyi leo. Mheshimiwa KJ, na kushukuru sana kwa siasa yako, na niseme tu ukweli, I'm going to say one or two usually very hard things, but let me say them. I'm very grateful kwamba umefanya siasa mzuri. Wewe tumefanya kazi na wewe, ulikuwa mjumbe wa Jubilee, kwa hivyo karibu Jubilee, lakini sasa unaweza pata kiti yako imechukuliwa na Steve Mbogwa, lakini we have many opportunities. Tutakutafutia kiti ingine hapo, sababu wewe ni wetu. Wewe you are in exile. Toka pande ile ukuje kwetu hapa mahali ulitoka, usitoroke Jubilee. Wewe ni mtu wa Jubilee. Vile nimesema, rudi nyumbani. Tapata simu ama namna gani wananchi? Unajua hawa ndio unaongoza. Wanakubali na mimi kwamba urudi nyumbani, utoke uhamishoni hapo mahali ulienda kurangaranda. Kwa sababu KJ, wewe ni mtu mzuri, you are a good man. Na wewe tulifanya kazi na wewe wakati nilikuwa Minister for Education, tulifanya mambo ya gambling hapa, hii mambo ya shule tumesunguka pande hii na wewe hapa tukifanya kazi hapa Dagoretti. Sasa you belong here. You are like us, you are one of us. You are not like them, you are like us. Kuja ukae na sisi. Wale watu ambao tunapenda kazi na tunapenda amani. Hiyo ndio sera yetu, hiyo ndio Jubilee. So you are home, welcome. Tutakupea uniform ya Jubilee. Taona kama niko na kofia moja nimebeba imebaki kwa gari, nikuvalishe. Wananchi si mnataka namna hiyo? Sasa hai ndio kura, wanataka ukuje na mimi. Na mimi nitamkaribisha. Haya, ya pili, nataka kukushukuru. Sio eti kwa siasa, lakini kusema tu kweli, you are responsible conduct na vile unaendesha maneno hapa. Na nyinyi ndugu zangu ambao mnatafuta viti, nimeona heshima hapa, which is very nice. Our DCP candidate, our Jubilee candidate. That is how we are supposed to live in this society. Unajua Kenya is a serious country. Yale mambo ambayo tunaona hapa, matusi na mambo kama hayo, ni aibu. Na KJ, kwa sababu wewe uko chama moja na rais, mwambie kuna lugha ambayo tunataka hata akienda kwa G7 na akitoka pale amekutana na wale marais wengine wa ulimwengu, aongee kama wao. Kuna lugha marais wanaongea, sio ile anaongea akifika hapa. Ama namna gani wananchi? Aongee, kuna lugha ile marais wanaongea. Huwezi kurudi kutoka G7 ukuja hapa ukifika unatuzi Gachagua, unatuzi mimi, unatuzi Kalonzo. Hiyo sio lugha ya G7, hiyo ni lugha ya huku. Sasa akae na ile aliona mambo mazuri huko. Ama namna gani wananchi? Hivyo. Number 3. Sisi tunashukuru kanisa. And Archbishop Kamuyu, I want to tell you very sincerely, you are a very important partner in this country's progress and development. Na ile kazi mnafanya, tunawashukuru. Nyinyi ndio washirika wakubwa kwa serikali yoyote kwa maendeleo, mambo ya elimu na yale mambo mengine. Mimi nataka kuhakikishia kwamba katika upinzani, kwa niaba ya ndugu zangu wale wengine tuko nao, Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, Mkiomba jioni kwa manyumba yenu na sisi mtuombee. Ama namna gani? Mtuombee ili tushikane mzuri, tuendelee kupendana, tuheshimiane, tupeleke Kenya katika ile style mahali nyinyi mnataka tuipeleke. Ili nchi yetu ipate maendeleo na manufaa.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying. Okay, I picked up the car.
Ya nne, wiki hii tuna makumbusho ya 25th demonstrations 25th of June 2024 against the finance bill. Watoto wetu waliuliwa wengi na serikali, na wakati huu tukiwa na makumbusho, mimi nawaomba tafadhali viongozi wa serikali na KJ, kwa sababu huko, kwa hiyo waambie hawa ni watoto wetu, wasiue watoto wetu tafadhali. Wasiue watoto wetu. Na hawa watoto wanauliza maswali. Unajua, as a parent, mimi watoto wako wakikuuliza maswali unawajibu, uwaui, na wanakuuliza maswali na wewe ndio baba yao peke yake. Sasa hii nchi kikatiba iko na rais mmoja. Hatuwezi kwenda South Sudan kuuliza Salva Kiir mbona hakuna pesa kwa shule. Hatuwezi kwenda kutafuta Museveni tumuulize mbona kuna ukosefu wa usalama Nairobi. Sisi tunauliza yule ambaye ako hapa kwa katiba. Ama namna gani wananchi? Tunauliza wale ambao wako kwa madaraka, na tukiwauliza wasione kama ni vitina tunaleta ama ni chuki ama ni uhasama. Mimi niko katika hiyo style ya Richard Onyonka ya amani na kufanya kazi kwa ukweli na kusimamia ukweli. Ninawaomba tafadhali msiue watoto wetu, na waache watoto wetu kama wanataka kuandamana waandamane kwa amani. Finally, ninaogopa sana kwa sababu haya mambo ambayo tumesikia hapa, ukiona viongozi ambao wanaegemea upande wa serikali vile wanaongea, kusema kama yule mjumbe alikuwa anaongea, yule mjumbe wa Molo. KJ, I thank the Lord for you. I'm grateful that you una mdomo kama huo. Kuongea mambo mabaya namna hiyo kuhusu watoto wetu. Unawezaje kiongozi kusema eti utawaua? Utaua nani? Hao ni wanyama ama ni wanadamu, wananchi wa Kenya? Mwambie tafadhali yule ndugu yetu, naye ni ndugu yetu, tutaomba wa viongozi wa kanisa wamuombe na yeye aokoke, aishi vile sisi tunaishi. Tukae kwa amani, tujenge taifa letu tukiandamana na tukiwa pamoja. I fear that the government might use these demonstrations as an excuse again to kill our kids na kupoteza maisha ya watoto wetu. Lakini wajue hivi, na hili ndilo jambo langu la mwisho. You know, I was in the security sector. I'm a former Minister of Interior. There is a limit to the point you can push the public. Ukisukuma watu sana na vile watu wameumia namna hii, alafu wasukume sana, wakirespond, you will not be able to manage them. We don't have enough bullets and enough guns for the population of this country. You are better off talking to our people. Adopt systems ya kuongea na watu, to negotiate with people and respect them. Heshimu watu, sio tu kuangalia watu kama wanyama. Tuheshimu wananchi. Ama namna gani wananchi? Heshimu wananchi, kwa sababu hawa watu wameumia. Ukiongeza kodi, pesa haiendi kwa shule, capitation. Madawa hakuna kwa hospitali, SHA haifanyi kazi, hakuna chakula, ama SHA inafanya kazi. Sasa KJ, mkikaa nao waambie wale ambao wanapata huduma kutoka kwa serikali ndio hawa wanasema SHA haifanyi. Na kama haifanyi, basi watafute namna ya kutatua hiyo. Lakini sisi kama upinzani tunawaambia hivi na nawahakikishia hivi, munisikize. Mimi nilifanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta katika Jubilee. Tulikuwa na mradi unaitwa Linda Mama. kwa kusaidia kina mama. Na sisi tulipeleka pesa kwa shule tukasaidia watoto wetu. Hiyo ndio sababu sisi tunatafuta uongozi, na mimi nawaahidi wananchi, mkitupigia kura tutarudisha linda mama, tutarudisha mpango wa shule vizuri. Na tena sisi tukiwa kwa uongozi hatutakuwa na mambo kama haya mnaona hapa, sarakasi ya ushenzi ya kusumbua wananchi, eti kukamata vijana kutoka hapa Dagoretti usiku, eti kwa sababu unahofia kutakuwa na mambo mengine. Tuwache kabisa hii maneno, na serikali isifikiri hatujui hii maneno. Tunajua hii maneno ya kukamata watoto kutoka hapa eti kwa sababu nataka kusuppress hawa watu. Hawa ni binadamu, na mimi nataka kuwaomba na muelewe hivi, wananchi, siku ya 25 June tutakuja kuigeuza huku mbeleni tukichukua serikali. Iwe ni siku ya sisi kukumbuka mambo ya human rights na mambo ya watoto wetu ambao wameuawa na mambo kama haya. Kwa hivyo tutaheshimu sheria, ndio, tutaheshimu serikali, ndio, lakini haiwezekani eti sisi ndio tunaheshimu sheria peke yetu. Serikali nayo lazima iheshimu sheria, ama namna gani? That is it. Na tena wakiendelea namna hii kusukumana watu, kupiga watu, kuua watu, hatuwezi kuvumilia milele. That is it. We can't keep quiet forever. Kwa sababu ama namna gani? Hatuwezi. Lazima waelewe kwamba hii nchi, we are not expatriate Kenyans. We are here of our right. And when we ask questions because we love our country. We are not the enemies of government. The enemies of government are the incompetent people they have who are not able to work. Hao ndio shida yao. Wawatoe, bila wanapanga serikali wajielewe. Na mkubwa wa nchi badala ya matusi afanye kazi. Ama namna gani? Matusi haiwezi kitu kusaidia mtu. Tantrums don't solve any problem. Na ajibebe kama kiongozi wa nchi. Tumekuwa na nchi, nilikuwa nauliza watu, Jomo wakati alikuwa rais, mimi nilikuwa mdogo, sikuwa naona sana. Hata mzee Moi nilimuona kadiri, lakini mzee Kibaki nimemuona na Uhuru nimemuona. Sijaona lugha kama hii, kiongozi wa nchi unatumia lugha kutusi viongozi wengine. Tantrums are not a solution to the problems we have. Sit down, listen to people, get competent people, they are available in this country, and manage our country properly. Lakini ikishindikana, wananchi, unajua zamani tulikuwa tunasema maumivu ikizidi tafuta kazi, ikishindikana tafuta Matiang'i. Mimi niko tayari. Kazi ikishindikana, mkishindwa kazi, tafuta nani? God bless you.
If you're building a home gym right now, you probably think that you need dumbbells, barbells, squat rack, all this different stuff. But after coaching dads for the last 20 years, what if I told you, my man, that this machine freaking does it all? It is awesome. Can it really handle all of your training? Dude, I got this thing about 6 months ago. The Speediance Gym Monster 2 has radically. So if you want to have strength, if you want to have convenience, if you want to have the footprint, I mean, this thing, if I push this
ya maisha yake, vile nisikia akisema kila kitu ilikuanga free akienda shule baada ya kuwa miaka yake 10, vile wengine wamefanya yao 10. Na unajua wakati wale wa kwetu walikuwa wanafanya kazi yao miaka 10, hakuna mtu aliwaambia one term. Ama mulisikia? Hakuna. Hata Kibaki wakati alikuwa na shida sana, baada ya referendum alimaliza miaka yake 10, na leo hii huwa tunamuenzi, tunasema ile kazi nzuri ambayo Mwai Kibaki alifanyia nchi yetu ya Kenya. Lakini ile kazi Kibaki alifanya chini ya katiba iliyokuwa hapo mbeleni, rais ambaye kwa hii katiba mpya atafanya kazi ipite ile ya Mwai Kibaki ni Rais William Ruto. Mambo ya maendeleo na mambo ya kusongesha nchi yetu mbele, tuwe baadhi ya nchi zilizostawi. Na ndio maana mimi nashangaa na Faruku ametuambia hapa, unasikiza viongozi wengine agenda yao kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni ni siasa za ukabila. Mchungaji ametuambia hapa, ametubu dhambi akasema wakati walikuwa Murani, Wamasai waliamini ng'ombe yote duniani ni yao. Na walikuwa wanatembea hapa Kisii wanachukua ng'ombe yao. Si ndio ametuambia? Hata hapo kwetu Kikuyu tumepakana na Kajiado hapo, Wamasai walikuwa nakuja wanafungua ng'ombe, wanaenda naye wanasema, akishikwa anasema ero, mimi napata Kikuyu natesa ng'ombe na mfunga na kamba, gafungua napeleka malishoni. Sasa ikafika mahali wa Kikuyu nao wakaanza kuendea malishoni, wanapeleka Dagoretti kwa kichinjio. Sasa naye Mkikuyu akishikwa akipelekwa polisi anasema, mimi huyu Masai alisema amechukua ng'ombe akapeleka malishoni. Mimi nikaenda malishoni nikaona imenona nikachukua nikapeleka kwa kichinjio. So tuko even. Lakini sasa sisi wote tumejumuika kama nchi moja. Hakuna mtu anaangalia huyu ni Masai, huyu ni Kikuyu, huyu ni Mkisii. Tunajiona kama Wakenya wa nchi moja. Na tunaposomesha watoto wetu, tunawasomesha na tunaelimisha ya kuwa kwanza wao ni Wakenya. Na ukiangalia hata watoto wetu, baadhi yetu sisi wote hapa ni wazazi. Watoto wetu siku hizi hata kuongea lugha ya mama, wengi wako na matatizo. Wanaongea Kiingereza, wanaongea Kiswahili, lugha ya mama wanajifunza vile wanavyokuwa wakubwa. Na hiyo ndio nchi na dunia vile inaenda. Kwa hivyo tuwe watu wa kuunganisha watu. Hawa watu ambao wanatuletea siasa za ukabila, wanatuambia tupigane kabila hii na kabila ile, unachochea kabila hii dhidi ya kabila zingine zote. Hao ni watu ambao sio tu wapotovu wa nidhamu, lakini ni watu ambao wamekosa agenda na sera ya kuuzia Wakenya. Na nimekuwa nikimsikiza rais akiwaambia, nyinyi tafuteni agenda, tafuteni sera. Wamekataa. Muliona bunge wiki hii wamejipanga vile watadanganya Wakenya mambo ya finance bill. Na hapo mbeleni walianza propaganda ya kuwa ugonjwa wa Ebola unaletwa hapa Kenya, wakati ile kitu serikali kuwa nafanya ni kujitayarisha, sababu tumekaribia nchi ya Kongo. Madriver wetu wa trailers wa malori wanapeleka bidhaa kila siku nchi ya Kongo, wakipitia Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi huko. Ili kwa bahati mbaya mmoja akipata ugonjwa, tuwe na isolation centers ambazo wanaweza tibiwa. Ulisikia wale wa kabila wakisema, William Ruto anataka kuleta Ebola Kenya, ati anataka kuleta mlima Kenya. Sababu yule hata hajui hapa Kilgoris kuna mlima Kenya. Si mnaona ile ujinga watu wako naye? Yaani sababu imesemekana one of the isolation and quarantine centers for Ebola, moja kati ya zingine 23. Moja ilikuwa inajengwa Laikipia. Mkabila anakimbia anasema, Ruto anataka kuleta Ebola kwa mlima Kenya. Akasahau Laikipia iko bonde la Ufa, haiko mlima Kenya. Na Laikipia ni nyumbani kwa jamii zote. Iko wa Samburu, iko wa Turkana, iko wa Kalenjin, iko wa Kisii, iko wa Kikuyu. Na hiyo center ilikuwa center moja peke yake kati ya center zingine 23. Busia kwa huyu mheshimiwa Mulanya, pale Alupe walikuwa pia wametengeneza isolation center. Lakini tumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, yale maombi walikuwa nayo ya kuwa ugonjwa unaweza kuja Kenya ili wafanye siasa na maafa ya Wakenya, Mungu naye ametembea mbele. Ugonjwa hata kwa nchi ya Kongo umeisha, na watu hakuna sasa hasara ama any risk ya ugonjwa sasa kutembea. Mumeona hata huko Kongo ugonjwa umeweza kudhibitiwa. Hapa Uganda ugonjwa umedhibitiwa. So wale watu ambao mimi nasema they are political scavengers, they were scavenging on an epidemic like Ebola and the construction of isolation and quarantine centers in Kenya. When that failed, last week they tried to scavenge on propaganda around the finance bill. That again has failed because the people of Kenya now know how, and we have worked hard as parliament to educate Kenyans on the stages of legislation making so that they understand each and every clause in the finance bill. Nasema wale ambao walitarajia ugonjwa uje Kenya wafanye siasa, wakati wameona hiyo imepotea. Wiki zilizopita wakaingia kwa mambo ya mswada wa finance bill. Wakaanza uchochezi, hii finance bill imeweka ushuru kwa mtumba, nguo ya mtumba. Hii finance bill inataka ibadilisha mashamba yote ya freehold ikuwe leasehold. Na hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza Kalonzo Musyoka alisema ati finance bill iko na kipengee ambayo inabadilisha mashamba kutoka freehold kuweka leasehold. Tukamwambia wewe Kalonzo, tuonyeshe hiyo kipengee iko kwa sheria gani? Sababu sheria yenye iko bunge haina. Kalonzo akapotea. Hatukumuona tena, hatukumsikia tena mambo ya finance bill. Yule Mkabila akakuja akasema wale ambao ni wapangishaji wa nyumba wanaongezewa ushuru ya rental income tax. Tukamwambia tuonyeshe ni kipengee gani? Sababu Mkabila hata hajui kusoma na yeye one way akapotea. Kama hiyo one term yao wanasema one term. Hata yeye alienda one term. Vile alikuwa ni one term member of parliament, single half term deputy president, akaenda hivyo tu. Muliona wabunge wao. Na mimi nataka nishukuru huyu mheshimiwa Sunkuli, mbunge wenyu. Unajua huyu ni wakili hodari. Anajua kusoma sheria na anaelewa sheria. Wakati wale wakora wamekuja bunge, wanakuja mwingine anakuja anasema ati iko kipengee ya 169 na ile mswada tuko naye iko na vipengee 57. Sunkuli ananitumia ujumbe ananiambia, si mnaona tuko na kolabo mzuri na Sunkuli. Huyu Sunkuli ni wa nguvu, si wa nguvu. Mwingine anakuja anatuambia, msiniulize ni kipengee gani. Wakenya sio wajinga, kuna ushuru ya mtumba. Tukamwambia sasa wewe ni mwerevu sana, tusomee tuambie ni kipengee gani iko na ushuru ya mtumba. Ondoke hapo, wacha nisiseme hiyo sababu najua hakutaka kusema najua anadanganyana. Na ndio tumepitisha hiyo mswada sababu unatusaidia kukusanya ushuru bilioni karibu 99 bila kumpea Mkenya mzigo zaidi wa ushuru. Ni ile mambo ambayo watu waliuliza ambayo utatusaidia na kusaidia KRA kuokota ushuru. Kwa hiyo mswada iko nafasi sasa, kama mtu alikuwa na deni kubwa ya KRA ya ushuru, akatiwe pesa ambazo analipa ya interest na penalties, alipe ile principal tax ili aondolewe mzigo wa ushuru mkubwa. Na ni vizuri niseme na Kiingereza sababu ya watu wa runinga. Kwa finance bill, this year's finance bill, we have also put a waiver on penalties and interest for Kenyans who owe KRA. From 2023 to 31st December 2025, if you owe KRA or if you owe taxes, you have been penalized. There was interest calculated for you. You now have an opportunity to pay your tax, pay the principal tax, and you get a waiver on the penalties and interest that had been charged on you. Those are part of the benefits we said we are proposing to the people of Kenya in the finance bill of 2026. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nimalizie na kuambia tuwe na watu wa makini kusikiza na tusikubali kusikiza siasa potovu. Wale wanafiki wa kisiasa ambao walikuwa wanatuletea unafiki kwa mambo ya ugonjwa wa Ebola, wamejaribu kutuletea mambo ya unafiki kwa mswada wa finance bill. Sasa wamepotea sababu ugonjwa umedhibitiwa huko, ulikuwa huko. Pia finance bill ambayo walitaka kutumia kuchochea Wakenya imepita juzi kwa bunge, na Wakenya wamejionea hadharani ile uongo, ile propaganda na mambo ya uchochezi ambayo wale wapinzani walikuwa wanaweka kwa ule mswada hayakuwa ya ukweli, ilikuwa ni uongo mtupu. Na niliwaambia, wewe Kalonzo, tuonyeshe kipengee ambayo ilikuwa na hiyo mambo ulikuwa napiga ya propaganda. Kalonzo one way akaenda. Yule Mkabila tukamwambia tuonyeshe kipengee yuko na rental income tax ya nyumba za kupangwa. Yeye na yeye one way kama ile one time yao akaenda. Sasa nimesikia na Mheshimiwa Faruk ametuambia hapa, mmewaona sababu hayo mambo yote yamewashinda. Sasa wamesema wanatayarisha vile watashika watoto wa wenyewe hali za watu wakachome manyumba ya serikali, eti ni maadhimisho ya wale ambao tulipoteza miaka 2 ilipita. Na nilisema jana na nataka nirudie, yule gavana niliona akiongoza watu ati wanataka kufanya maandamano ya ukumbusho ya wale ambao tulipoteza 2024. Gavana wa Siaya James Orengo, miaka 26 nikiwa mwanafunzi wa university nilikuwa nafanya maandamano na Orengo. 26 years ago nikiwa mwanafunzi wa university tulikuwa tunafanya maandamano na Orengo, na akatuongoza kwa maandamano. Wakati tulianza kukabiliana na polisi wakati wa IPPG, mabadiliko ya katiba pale Uhuru Park, Orengo akatoroka. Hiyo siku watoto kama 3 tulikuwa university nao wakaaga dunia sababu ya kipigo walipigwa siku hiyo. Na ndio nauliza Orengo, unataka kuona maafa ya watu wangapi, ya watoto wangapi wa wenyewe ukiwapeleka kwa maandamano? Na wewe ukiona fujo kidogo unatoroka, unaacha watoto wa wenyewe wakiuawa. Tunataka tuwaambie kama ni ukumbusho wa wale ambao tulipoteza. Sisi wote tunapokumbuka wale ambao wametuacha, huwa tunaifanya kama ibada ya kanisa na tunakuwa na ukumbusho. Na pia ni haki ya Mkenya yote akitaka kuandamana aandamane. Lakini mambo ya kuharibu mali ya wengine, mambo ya kuchoma magari, mambo ya kuchoma manyumba ya watu, mambo ya kuharibu biashara za watu, hiyo sio ukumbusho, hiyo ni fujo na ghasia ambayo serikali na idara ya polisi wanafaa wakabiliane nao kama criminals. Because if you burn someone's car, you are a criminal, you are not a demonstrator. Na sababu wale wanawachochea ni wanasiasa, mimi ningewauliza vijana wetu wa Kenya, tusikubali kuchochewa na wanasiasa ambao hawana sera, ambao hawana mpango wowote wa maendeleo ama kubadili maisha ya vijana wetu. Kazi wanajua ni uchochezi na mambo ya kupiganisha watu. Tarehe 25 tukitaka kuadhimisha na kukumbuka wale ambao walituacha, tuadhimishe na tuwakumbuke kwa ibada. Kama iko procession tuifanye kwa njia ya amani, lakini tusiwakubalie hawa matapeli wa kisiasa ambao wanataka kuingiza mambo ya fujo ili wachome nchi yetu wakijitafutia yao makuu ya kisiasa. Because they are nothing but political scavengers. Scavengers who have scavenged on epidemics like Ebola. And thank God that Ebola now is contained even in our neighboring countries of DRC and Uganda. We thank God that when they scavenged on the finance bill, Kenyans have read through them and they have seen their lies, their propaganda, and their misinformation of misleading Kenyans. Now they want to scavenge on the unfortunate death of innocent Kenyans. We want to tell you, if you want to commemorate those who went ahead of us, do it peacefully. Do not allow political scavengers to scavenge on the unfortunate loss of life and occasion further destruction and further loss of life this week. And we want to tell them we will be asking the police force, our police service, National Police Service, to make sure that they protect both life and property. And those who want to have processions, to do it peacefully and to maintain peace. Sitaki kusema mengi zaidi ya hayo. Mimi nimesema tu tuweke amani, tupendane na tuwe nchi moja. Hao watu matapeli wa kisiasa ya Ebola imepotea. Finance bill imepotea. Sasa hata ya June 25th ambayo wanataka kufanyia utapeli na unafiki wa kisiasa, vijana wa Kenya tunawaambia msikubali kutumiwa na wanafiki wa kisiasa ambao hawana agenda yote kwenyu. Sababu tuliambiwa tukifika Mount Kenya ama tukifika mlimani tujenge hekaru ya Bwana. Si ndio tumeambiwa na Bishop? Mumesema hapa ni Mount Kenya. Kwa hivyo nikirudi huko nione yule mkabila nimwambie Mount Kenya kuna ingine Kilgoris. Kilgoris iko Mount Kenya. Na kura huwa kumiminika hapa. Unajua nimesikia Sunkuli akisema ati hawa watu wa Mount Kenya ya hapa Kilgoris wakikukubali wamekukubali. Wakikukataa wamekukataa. Na wakikubali wewe unakuwa mbunge na unakuwa governor ama senator. Ni kweli? Na mkikubali mtu anakuwa rais pia. Mumekubali William Ruto ndugu yetu? Si ni jirani yenu hapa? Mtoto wenu wa hapa Kilgoris? Mumesema aendelee na 2 term. Na huyu Ntutu ndugu yangu aendelee na 2 term. Na akimaliza nimesikia akiambiwa wewe Ntutu ukimaliza usiende kuzubaa. Sasa hakuna ng'ombe ya kusema ati ng'ombe yote Kenya ni ya Wamasai.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape.
Ukuje Nairobi, tuingie kwa serikali kubwa, tufanye kazi ya Kenya yote. Mutasema hapo mbele, si ndio? Tumalize hii miaka 10 ya William Ruto, si ndio? 2027 2 term ya William Ruto. 2 term ya huyu Sunkuli. Si ndio? 2 term ya huyu Ntutu. Ndio mnasema? Huyu Ntutu akimaliza 2 term kama governor, mumenipea ruhusa nibebe tuende naye Nairobi. Tuende tuunganishe waya hivi na Faruk na William Ruto, tupange serikali ya hapo mbele ya 2032. Baada ya William Ruto kumaliza yake 10, tujipange na huyu ndugu yangu Patrick. Mumempea ruhusa? Sasa wewe Patrick ukizubaa shauri yako. Hawa watu wa Mount Kenya Kilgoris wamesema wamekupea ruhusa na wamekubali wewe ni 2 term. William Ruto ni 2. Tuendelee namna hiyo. Na mimi mtaniombea huko kwetu nipate 2 term. Ili tupange hapo mbele, si ndio? Kwa hivyo nimekuja na mbao yangu ya kusaidia ujenzi wa hili jengo, na hii kanisa tutajenga iishe. Na ikiisha, wewe Faruk, vile unajua ile shida tuko naye ni huyu Faruk. Sasa unasikia ni yeye aliitwa harambee ya kanisa. Amenipigia simu usiku. Akaniambia kesho na kuhitaji Kilgoris. Nikaweza kufanya nini kanisa? Nikaweza kanisa sawa, kanisa zina shida. Nilikuwa niende ingine hapo ya Catholic Kikuyu, lakini sababu Bishop Anyolo na Muheria walisema tusipeleke pesa kanisani, na nimesikia hapa tumesomewa kitabu cha Hagai ya kuwa tulete pesa kanisani ili tujenge nyumba la Mungu tupate baraka. Sasa nikamwambia nitakuja na sadaka. Akaniambia sio sadaka tu, kuja na pia mbao ya kujenga kanisa. Nikamwambia kwetu tulimaliza miti. Akaniambia mahali tunaenda iko miti. So nimekuja na miti kidogo. Niko na shilingi $200,000 ya ujenzi wa kanisa.
$500,000. Hiyo ndio wanatoa. That is what nilikuwa nikitaka muone. Half a million. Lakini tutawatoa tu. Wanjigi mmeitisha.
At the Federal Bureau of Prisons, we all have different responsibilities.
Well, good evening to you and welcome to Checkmate on Hot 96 as we continue to take stock of, you made some proposals.
I've said we are not going to pay illegal debt. That is very different to the default he's talking about. He is already on the assumption that the debt that is now at 12.8 trillion is legal. I'm saying it is not legal.
How much of it is not legal?
I believe most of it. In other words, 90%.
90%?
Yes. And if there's any illegal debt, we have already paid for it. Because if you look at our debt payments, today, as we are talking, we've almost reached 10 trillion in debt payments. Right? Over the last 13 to 14 years. Okay? How come we still have a debt that keeps climbing? So we have paid for any legal debt long time ago. The problem is that we've also been paying for illegal debt, which is never going to end. This is a cycle that will continue, and I can give you the figures consistently. This year, 2.4, next year, 2.6, the following year after elections, 2.8. I can take you to 2040. It does not end. And it is the biggest expenditure of this budget of ours. The biggest. There's no other expenditure like it. And it is pure and unadulterated theft. So John Bandi should listen to what I'm saying. He himself promised us an audit of this debt when he became minister. It is part of the MOU with the Kenya Kwanza government and ODM. It has never happened. And he's the minister. It has never happened. Why hasn't it happened? William Ruto said it long time ago, it has never happened. Why do people not want to audit this debt?
There was a committee that was set up, chaired by the former Auditor General, to audit that public debt.
Yes, but it was set up to fail because it didn't follow the law. It brought in outsiders, and she is the one who is solely responsible for it. So unless you amend the provisions so that she can include others, right? The Constitution gives her the sole responsibility, and she's supposed to do it every financial year within 6 months. She has admitted she hasn't done it. She hasn't had the resources to do it. She's backlogged in the past. She has literally been frustrated. So John Bandi should actually stop becoming a spokesman. He's just a spokesman of mafia mandarins in the treasury. That is what is going on. He should stop it. He's a professional. He should get out of being a spokesman for the treasury. He should literally interrogate what they give him before he talks. It is a very sad situation to see. He used to be my friend. To see him getting wasted. And we know his assertions when he was minority leader. But let me tell you something. As I said in a previous interview, John Bandi is part of the original constitutional sin. In 2014, Article 206 of the Constitution was amended through the Public Finance Management Act in March 2014. And it said all monies do not have to come to the consolidated fund. And they amended the Constitution through statute law, which is illegal. And they created clause C and D, which said you can take loan money anywhere in the world. That bill was brought by Aden Duale, who is now admitting, just last week, that there is illegal debt during Uhuru's time. Because he knows, when he was majority leader, he brought this bill and he knew what Uhuru government was doing. He was part of it. Okay? So they amended so that loan money can be kited anywhere in the world. And as it was kited anywhere in the world, the man who seconded Duale's motion was a minority leader called John Bandi. We have the answer. So, is he part of the sin? Is he part of the same conspiracy? Or he didn't know? I don't know. So anything to do with this arena Let him audit the debt. Let him not just criticize Jimmy Wanjigi. I have no problem with any criticism. But he himself is on record saying he will audit the debt. He's never done so. He's on record saying he's going to lower taxation. He's raising taxation. Look at his assertions when he became minister. Let him talk about what he has been saying, not come and give us funny theories in parliament about net present value and GDP. The issue of debt is not a question of GDP. Yes, Japan ratio to debt versus GDP is something like 200. But US is 100 and something. But the key thing is this. Look at Japan. Their debt is all internal. They have literally borrowed from their companies, from the big companies like Toyota and so on, okay? And their central bank, all right? And what is the ratio of payment of their taxes to that debt? It does not exceed 21% in Japan. In America, it is 14% of tax revenue that goes towards debt repayment. And Trump found it alarming. He said that 14% payment to their debt is higher than the expenditure on the budget for defense, Social Security, and Obamacare together. So he said, this cannot happen. We must change the game. And that's why he started tariffs, right? This thing of one global village has got to come to an end. It's hurting America. How can we be spending more on debt to outsiders? Because you know US debt is held by China, Russia, Japan included, okay? How do we spend more on outsiders than we are on the American people? So he flipped the coin. That is why he brought tariffs, because of their debt problem. And it's only 14%. Here we have now reached 91% of our tax revenue. That is the problem. So John Bandi's budget, which is here, right, is funded purely, right, if we were to go by the figures that are there, by borrowings on the domestic market. This man is dishonest. And I'll say he's dishonest. I don't think it's maybe intentional. I want to take John Bandi as somebody who I believe has been captured by the Treasury mandarins. They are giving him the template to talk, right? And he's literally being misled by a mafia that was set up long before he was there, that has held this country at ransom for other greater forces that are purely just about extraction from us. Now, what we are proposing is cancellation of illegal debt. And we are going to show Kenyans this debt. And they are to tell us whether we keep paying this illegal debt. And the only way we can make it legal is to take it to a referendum. So first we shall show them. And we shall suspend payment until we show them. Anyone in their right mind would allow a new regime, right, time to assess what that is before he takes ownership of it. All right? So if anybody is impatient with us, good luck. What I have said is that if anybody wants to cause maneno, the key thing is that Kenyans will have 2.8 trillion that is now not going out. It is more than enough to finance our total budget without any borrowings. So we don't need your credit rating. We are not coming to borrow. We don't need your money. We can handle with our own expenses all our expenditure, including development. And with it, that's where we created the fifth agenda.
Okay.
Now, before we go there, let me say this, and I say this with clarity. What we are proposing is what you call a true sovereign state. Something we've been unable to achieve ever since we got independence. And who would not try for it? A true sovereign state, that we determine our own destiny. We are kneeling before nobody. We are not looking for our leaders to kneel before them because we are beggars. This is what we have been striving for on this continent, especially sub-Saharan Africa, for the longest time. That is what I am promising Kenyans, a true sovereign state.
Well, you're talking about this. CS Mbadi, the one you say has been captured by the mandarins, said that, how are you going to do that, to not pay? He said it will be, you want to manage chaos.
Let me say. I'll say three things to that. The first is that his method is not working for Kenyans. He's just come with tax, and more tax. All right? And it is amazing. I saw in Parliament, actually there are 100,000 or so people who went for public participation who said that they want more tax on themselves. We have never seen something so cooked. That you want more tax on yourself. Whoever does that. Okay? Whoever wants more tax on themselves. Actually, that's what they presented to Parliament as public participation. All right? This tax, you go anywhere in this country, they'll tell you that is what is hurting them. That is the solution, and there's no end to it because of debt. There's no end. It will keep being proposed and increased. His way is not working. The opposition, my colleagues, have got nothing else but the same formula. They are doing the same thing, proposing the same thing, and people are expecting a different result. That is what is called insanity.
We'll go to them.
Now, when you come now to what I'm saying,
Yes.
I am saying that I will not pay the debt if it is illegal to us. Article 220 of the Constitution is very clear about our budget. This is it. It is the revenue estimates. This one. See this? That's the revenue. This is all the expenditure. Both recurrent and development. Is over 3,000 pages. That is the budget of Kenya. Not the statement he reads. Not the finance bill. This. And that is Article 220. And Article 220 starts with revenue. Estimates of revenue, loans and grants. All loans must be here. If they are not here, they are illegal to Kenyans. Because Parliament did not pass them.
Yes. And you actually raised something during something last week.
The domestic loans are not anchored. Page 24, it is blank.
Can you show us in this document? Because you said this is what anchors what you're supposed to borrow, the expenditures and all that.
The anticipated deficit is grants and loans. And they are shown on the expenditure side.
Yes.
Now, domestic loans, as you saw this item, everything has a code. Let them not tell you it's anything else. Everything has a code. Domestic loans is put here and it is blank throughout. Then they try and tell you it's another line. It is not another line.
They're also saying you can subtract that amount from the external debt and you'll get the domestic way.
Domestic and external are separate loan entities.
Yeah, because there's a total debt.
External debt
Yes.
is different to domestic debt. You can't mix them. And it must be a vote item. It can't be put somewhere else. Because the controller of budget operates on her computer on the basis of a voted vote head.
Lock in with a $10 5-piece tender big box from KFC. Order in so you can lock.
A vote head is this code. Right? Money is coming from where? Here. It was passed by Parliament. It is going where? On this code. So this must show on the expenditure side. So I'll give you an example. It's blank. Now, when you come to external loans, right? This is how good it is. Every loan that is taken is shown. You can see.
We have to stand up for this.
You can see.
Yes.
Every loan, government of Denmark is giving this.
There's amount.
The amounts. These are what are called concessionary loans, contrary to what he was saying. He was trying to say that we don't get concessionary loans anymore. We do. At your middle income economy, we do. And every loan of support is shown here.
All right.
So domestic debt should be shown here. It's never shown. And you can see it's going towards projects. Appropriations, loans, all of them, it's approved, list of donor, all right? One after the other, total amounts. And then they show you the expenditure. It's going to this, going to that. Kenyan tax is so much, right? Money is coming from the donor so much.
The budget is very heavy.
Yes.
The burden is heavy.
Is heavy.
Okay.
So it is always passed by Parliament. They can never show you where they were.
It have been a clerical error.
No. The key thing is that it won't balance if they put it. It will not balance on the expenditure side. Because, as you know, the law also says you can only borrow for development. So domestic loans must be shown as what they're funding in development. It's never shown. It does not exist.
Okay. Yeah, you know what they counter and challenge about you is that they say you're not an economist. You're not someone, a professional in this area. What would be your answer to that question?
I've been talking about public debt for since 2022. I was even very honest that I actually went and hired forensic auditors to audit the public debt. I have given the figures that passed Parliament in terms of approval and what was taken. I have consistently said the issue is how much revenue is going towards debt payment, tax revenue. They have never questioned me. You say because they say I'm not an economist. Yeah. This is not about being an economist. This is about public finance. And they must answer me because I'm a taxpayer. I'm a Kenyan. This burden is on all of us. I've seen him go to Bunge la Wananchi, this minister, answering questions from Bunge la Wananchi. He goes to the university. They are not even half or a quarter or 10% of what knowledge I have about public finance. What it seems to be happening is that he himself and those who are talking want to guard themselves against questions that they know of their hidden mafia schemes. The minute you question a line, they should be very quick to say, we have a problem here. I remember a time Raila Odinga used to question this. Did they not answer him? Was he an economist? Yes or no?
He wasn't.
Why were they answering him? We used to sit together. Let's question Eurobond. We put the question. Let's question SGR. Where is it? They used to answer him. So those are just excuses. Tomorrow, oh, this. Tomorrow, oh, he's opposition, we won't answer. Oh, tomorrow, this. Those ones we know. But let me say to those who are talking, like John Bandi, about how this is going to be chaos, the third point. Do you know, the search for true sovereign state is no joke. When Kenya was seeking to do so in the advent of multipartyism, Emmanuel, there were even home guards. There were people who were saying, anyone who is saying Mwafrika is capable of running their own country, and the Mzungu has given them the template for civilization, is in dreamland, wants chaos. Those things are normal. Normal. Wanyapara, for the status quo, are there in plenty. The time we were doing multipartyism, there were so many. Others even used to say you can't cut down the Mugumo tree with a razor blade. We can go on with the sloganeering. Multipartyism came. There are those who said even Moi will never go. He went. That he will not go when he's alive. He went. All right? There are those who used to say we will never get a new constitution. The current president even campaigned against it. Si ilikuja. So please, doubting Thomases, Wanyapara, home guard status, those are normal. When you are breaking away from a norm, from a status quo, there's always going to be those characters. What I say is that the way we are going, right, we are collapsing anyway. Donald Trump went into American presidency saying we are collapsing. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to change the game. This global world order is not working for America. And he's doing so the best he knows how, because he could see the American empire being swallowed, losing its status. Now, we must accept reality as all Kenyans. The way we are going, we are not growing, we are collapsing. And we must stop criticizing ideas. I'm not talking about personalities. We are talking about ideas. Mine may be too revolutionary for some if they see it that way, right? But it's the only way. Because this was a plot by those same mandarins, all right? To extract from each and every one of us Kenyans.
Let's now talk about this document how we're going to fund this budget. We have the finance bill that is actually before Parliament. It's being considered. What will be your first reaction to it? Are you supporting it or are you rejecting it?
As I said earlier this week, I completely reject the finance bill and call on Kenyans to reject it. It's imposing more taxation on us. It is seeking to collect another 120 billion in taxation from us, directly and indirectly. They even have the gall to tell us, after 60 kids died, young Gen Z died, that they found a way of ignoring all that and bringing in particular acts, the same amendments of the finance bill of 2024. This is impunity, the arrogance, right, of these characters. Parliament is supposed to be there to represent us, not the executive, to speak for us, to be our voice, to be an oversight on the executive. And yet they have proving more and more that they are just an appendage. I call on Kenyans, I call on Parliament today to reject that bill. I call on Kenyans to reject it. I call on Kenyans to come out and reject any more taxation, any more pain the Ruto government is giving on them.
Are you calling them to go on the streets?
Whatever it takes. Because going on the streets, by the way, is their right. It's enshrined in this book. It is enshrined. Those rights we have. All you do is give notice. What is wrong with going on the streets to complain about a tax bill? All right? There's nothing wrong. It's a democratic right. And we must safeguard those rights. We're not going to allow them to be taken away by anybody. Right? The times of dictatorship and strong-arm tactics are long gone. And we must safeguard them. If it's the streets, if it's complaining in every corner, if it is a way of saying you are going to do tax avoidance and not pay, whatever it takes to reject this punitive taxation of this regime. Yes. Oh, 100%, 101%. Hata nitakuwa mstari wa mbele. If it's there, why not?
Last time you're on record saying you
Welcome to the American University of Antigua College of Medicine.
supported some of those who were on the streets, buying them water.
Absolutely. My children were even there. No, hold on. I did not sponsor chaos. If I'm giving water, I'm supporting democracy. I'm supporting democracy. Nawapatia maji, soda, nini. They were going against tear gas. That is supporting democracy.
How much did you spend to?
I don't know. Okay? But the key thing is this. Even my children were on the streets. My children are Gen Z. They were on the streets. Both my son and my daughter. They were there 3 times. So, my friend.
Are you going to sponsor them again this time?
What sponsoring? I don't know what sponsoring is. If kids want water, why wouldn't I give them water?
So you will do that again?
Why not? In a hurry. Is there a crime doing that?
The government says that amounts to sponsoring.
Sponsoring what?
Hapo ndio nilikuwa nikitaka we ponder a little bit. Sijui kama huyu jamani nitamuita commentator ama nitamuita journalist ama nitamuita reporter. There seemed to be an altercation there with Wanjigi when it comes to maandamano. And Wanjigi is saying he is open to giving, kama kuna watoto wataenda, watatokezea hiyo siku ya 25th. Yeah, atapeana maji, nini, vitu kama hiyo. But the reporter seemed to say that if unaenda kupea wale au watoto wametokezea kwa barabara maji, ni kama una sponsor hiyo maandamano. He is saying that is what Ruto is saying. Ati kama waandamaji wametokezea unawapea maji, mnawanunulia soda, mnawapea ndizi, kama vile watu wa tennis wanapewa ndizi. It is equivalent to sponsoring maandamano. That's why I wanted us to react to that. Ana anasema recorder. Recorder ni ile ya TV.
Enabling them to be on the streets.
Is it the democratic right to be on the street?
Yes.
Then there's no law being broken.
And you arrested then. Are you ready to be arrested again for that?
You know, I don't think we are at the stage where we fear anything anymore. Really.
They frustrated you.
Then,
You saw them camp at
and the courts told them they have created unconstitutional galore. Just even about a week ago, we got the final ruling on the, we had gone to tell them to court on the basis that they can't arrest me, right? And we had gotten orders, and they still arrested me. So we had now the final ruling about a week ago, and that ruling was very clear. You broke Mr. Wanjigi's constitutional right. You broke into his house, you cannot do it. He has the right to picket, because I went out in Nanenane. He has the right, you broke his right, and you had to pay the cost of this suit. It is against them. So I was doing something lawful. So if you want to victimize for the sake of politics, I mean, go ahead. We don't mind these things.
Earlier this week, we saw you meeting with Caleb Amisi.
Oh, Caleb, yes, my good friend.
Yes.
Yeah. Kenya.
What?
Oh, we were discussing Kenya.
What?
Caleb is a very sharp man. Very, very sharp man. I got to know Caleb when he got to Parliament in 2017. And he was one of the few who had managed to come through on ODM. And he's been very consistent in ODM. I think even now, he's probably the only ODM Rift Valley from that side of Rift Valley, from Trans Nzoia County.
Yeah.
And, he's refused to be caught into the tribal issue. And he was very emphatic that Baba represented to him the way forward for Kenyans, a savior. So one unifying factor we have is that we are both friends of Baba. We believed in his philosophy of emancipating the people of Kenya.
Yes.
And two, he recognizes, and we both recognize,
yes,
that we are at a turning point in Kenya's history.
Yes.
We now have a new Kenya that is a true sovereign state, that is actually about the people, not about people in positions. And there we have a meeting of minds. We have a meeting of minds. And to him, what we are being told is the alternate opposition is looking more and more like the same thing, change without change. So we are having a meeting of minds, and we've started discussions. He's not the only one. There are several leaders who have come. Look at Kawera. Look at how she managed to win against the status quo in Meru. She came through as an independent against giant forces. That means she had a very unique agenda that was not status quo. And they all ganged up to remove her because she's not status quo. So we are joined together on this new republic, this true sovereign state we're talking about, right? And you are going to see a lot of Kenyans come here.
By this sovereign state movement, yeah. So I don't know, Wanjigi asemi wanta mama nini. So I think he said one time at one time, but I think in his movement, he doesn't feel to gravitate to akina Gachagua, akina Kalonzo, because anasema they are too much inclined to status quo. He did not unpack that status quo. Maybe kama kuna mtu alisikia kama aki-unpack your status quo, but it still seems kuna vitu ambazo akina Gachagua and Kalonzo and Matiang'i will not touch. I think Kindiki is for radical change. Not Kindiki, sorry. Huyu Wanjigi. Wanjigi is for radical change. Radical. Like, ile total overhaul. Watu wafungwe sijui nini. Like, he is a bit radical compared to these other guys. He is a bit radical. So, he seems to see that the guys who we are following and majority of Kenyans in one term, kuna vitu hataguza. So according to him, he feels there is an opportunity to do more. Kalonzo, Gachagua, and Matiang'i have to come out as people who are ready to be more radical. I don't know, like, how that radicality. Go ahead. Na kuna swali najiuliza Bwana Musyoka. It's a question I'm asking myself. Yes, we are in the same front. What is the extent of radicalism we can have after fighting? So what do we want radically? Like mali rudishwe ama tu tunataka tu zile vitu Ruto ameharibu zirudishwe back to normal, like a reset? Are we for a reset or we want a reset and more? Because frankly speaking, Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang'i are for a reset, which is not bad when you are suffering. But dynamically, I don't think they can be dynamic. Like bringing things out of this world. A reset is still good, especially when you are suffering. Ni kama kuondolewa mizigo. Ni kama kuondolewa mzigo ambayo imekukaa kwa mabega for so long, na hiyo mzigo hiyo mzigo inakuchokesha. That's right. When you need to rest, it matters. But are Kenyans only looking for a reset? Question to you.
Because they are going to start realizing very soon, as the united so-called opposition try and give us their ballot, that they are not represented there. In fact, Linda Mwananchi and its growth just showed you that there is a lot of people in the opposition, and I say opposition, those who are against the current government, that were not bought into this other side.
So you are not in support of the united opposition?
You see, as I said the other day, I am united if you are truly looking for a true sovereign state. And one of the anchors of the true sovereign state is that we are not carrying on this debt. If you can't speak that, cannot come here, then we have no business uniting. Because it must be about the people.
Mm-hmm. So do you support them or not?
Business unite. If you can't speak that, cannot truly looking for a true sovereign state. And one of the anchors of the true sovereign state is that we are not carrying on this debt. If you can't speak that, cannot come here, then we...
Kika, Musyoka, come here. He is saying, kama wewe uongee historia ya deni, Kenya haina deni, because that is his belief now. The belief of Wanjigi is that Kenya hatuna deni. He claims that, or he says that Kalonzo Musyoka, huyu akina Matiang'i wote, frankly speaking, they are not speaking about that debt. For real. And my take is that hiyo deni, which Wanjigi for so long has spoken about it, it's an odious debt, is an inexistent debt, is a fake debt. He sees as if these people will come and progressively kuanzia kuendelea na hii deni vile unaendelea kulipa, according to Wanjigi, vile nimemuelewa, it is part of the reason why Kenya has all the time lost money. So sisi kazi yetu tunaendelea ku lose pesa hapa. We continue. So he says, kama Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka are still on the side of sisi tuko na deni, he is not on their side. According to him, anataka mtu ambaye atatokezea aseme ya ndio ni kweli hatuna deni. Swali, nyinyi mnaamini tuko na deni? Ni swali nauliza. Tuko na deni ama hatuna? Jimmy gives us 1, 2, 3 on how to forget ahead with the united opposition. Then Akeshi, hakuna mtu anataka kusikia explanation zake za nyef. Emotions roller coaster. And oh yes, ilijitoa proper na ma apologies that takataka nonsense. Yeah, I don't know what that one means. Right, Musyoka, it won't be easy to hijack Rigathi. So mi nawataka kuuliza leo, because the 25 people who are following this thing, tuko na deni ama hatuna? Because this guy seems to be so much inclined to the belief that we don't have a debt. and it cannot be a guesswork. It cannot be a guesswork. So hiyo yako sichukui. Hatuna, I guess. So zero. The debt is owned to NSSF, pension funds, and local banks like KCB through T-bills and bonds. No, Wanjigi is saying, sijui ni madeni, but Wanjigi is saying, hatuna ndeni, and no one should come here and start. So according to Wanjigi, that Kenyans should start straight to benefit from their taxes because pesa yao ifai kukua inatumwa ngambo. So hakuna pesa ya Mkenya inafaa kukua ikitumwa ngambo in the name of we are paying Chinese, we are paying French, we are paying Britons, we are paying the World Bank. So according to Wanjigi, hatuna ndeni. Swali tu, tuko na ndeni ama hatuna ndeni? Because whatever he is saying is something which can be taken by people at a face value, and it can be very destructive. This statement can, if it is a lie, it can be very destructive. If it is true, it can be revival. It can be revival. Whatever Wanjigi is saying, if it is true, it is revival. It is new energy. So mimi nataka muniambie tuko na ndeni ama hatuna ndeni. We need an audit. So na yesi alisema there's a time he spoke back ikasema he finance an audit. Yeah, anasema hatuna ndeni.
We have no business uniting because it must be about the people.
So do you support them or not? United
Unless they come to support this,
So
I'm not with them.
You don't?
No.
You're not?
This is about an agenda of the people. I haven't had their agenda.
The agenda is to remove President.
Come on. So do we then solve the problems of Kenya?
With SHA. They want to do away with affordable housing. They want to do away with this taxation. They have an agenda.
Yeah, so how do they pay their debt? When they do all those things, they remove all that taxation. How do they pay their debt?
In the alternative budget, the one they presented a day before John Badi presented his budget, they said they would borrow, but borrow a little bit lower than.
Yes, but how do they finance their budget?
Through taxes.
Did they talk about how much debt is being paid that year in the alternate budget? In the year 2027-2028 financial year, we are paying 2.8 trillion to debt. Did they put that? Before they talked about how they are going to finance their budget, did they put that? If they didn't put it, then that's a fake budget.
It's a fake site.
It's a fake site. It's just a fake thing. I would literally just throw it in the dustbin. It's nonsense. Because the biggest expenditure is that. If they can show us how reducing taxation is going to pay the 2.8 trillion, I say hallelujah. The figure beyond that is 3.1 trillion. 2028, 2029. Show me how you're going to pay it. How do you reduce tax? You can't. So it's fake.
What do you think of DCP party?
And I think Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang'i, they have to come out clear and give this explanation. They have to come ni sawa tuko na ndeni, they need also to, they should not allow somebody like Wanjigi, because umesikia sasa Wanjigi hapo amesema hawa walipeana budget yao, but they are not giving a plan how they will pay the debts because wanasema, so eventually, so according to Wanjigi ni hawa watu wanaongea hivyo, but wakipata tu serikali they will start claiming tunalipa madeni, alafu sasa hizo vitu zianzie kuexplode tena. And that is the reason why for him he doesn't see the reason of sijui one time sijui nini making sense if we are not talking of this core issue. Ya deni, core. According to him, he is taking it as a very core issue. Core. C-O-R-E. Core. It's not, in Kiembu is core issue. This core issue, core. Wajerumani imbo kama Anne. Ama mjuangi Anne, she is a fake German. Anne, guten Morgen. Akesho unajua Anne ni Mjerumani. Lakini Mjerumani imbo. Haya, wacha Wanjigi aendelee. So wacha tusikie vile ataongea story ya DCP sasa hapo, because yeye ako na chama yake ya Safina. Hapo we will also poke some holes. So me personally, Wanjigi amenichanganya kidogo wakati anasema hatuna ndeni, because hiyo story hatuna ndeni kuna vile naichukua serious. So mimi naona tuchanganye Wanjigi na tuchanganye akina Gachagua. So mimi kuna venye hatuna deni, hiyo naona nichukue hiyo. Hatuna deni, that one naona tuchukue. Then we mix it with what akina. So I don't know, why can't Wanjigi have a memorandum of operation? Why can't he have a memorandum of operation na hawa watu? Sawa, hata wao Gachagua sasa hawa watokezee bwana. Hii story ya deni lazima waongelee. I agree on that. Watu waambie Gachagua tokezea. Wewe sema tuko na deni is okay. Then give us a formula. Now tie that debt. What you tell us. Nimemaliza. Sasa nilikuwa niongee mingi. But I think hii story ya Wanjigi na ndeni, hiyo story ya ndeni hapo mimi naona hapo ni tiki bana. Hapo kuna vile like naonanga hii story because this guy has insisted 3 years, miaka tatu audience debt alianzia hii story 2023 ama sijui ni lini. 3 years. There is no any hata Eastpark has no. Nani anafanya kazi hapa Eastpark? Eastpark, this financial CPK, we CPK here. I'm gonna CPK. I have not had any credible financial guy criticizing this statement. History ya hatuna ndeni. Hatuna ndeni. It looks true. History ya hatuna deni. It looks true. So Gachagua, Kalonzo, and that's why I agree when Wanjigi is saying hii group tunafuata ni group ya status quo. True, because hao ni wakisema tuko na 30 billion, hiyo lazima tulipe North sijui 11 trillion, hao ni waswa 11 trillion. Hawa akina Gachagua hapa, Gachagua, Kalonzo, hao ni waswa 11 trillion. So it is true, hapo adanganyani. Gachagua, Kalonzo, Matiang'i wakiingia hapo, hiyo story ya deni hapo kwanza tu kusema hii pesa tunalipa deni, hii tunafanya nini, hiyo msingojea tu watoe. So yes, we will get reprieve, maybe kuna vitu, maybe affordable housing hiyo itatolewa na vitu zingine, lakini story ya deni hiyo msi expect Kalonzo atoe hiyo story ya deni hiyo msi expect Kalonzo atoe. So ndio nasema hii story ya deni hii story is too sweet to be ignored. Hii story ya deni is too sweet to be ignored. Haya, naona sasa Anne na Keshi wameanza story ati Njiro said you are German. So kata sio I wrote hebu nione vile ati Keshi alimwandikia. I don't think Wanjigi is just an idiot. To explain Mr. Ost or call extra. No, I'm just saying history ya Wanjigi. Sasa wewe yani siwendi unaniitianga Mbudis because unajua Mbudis siku hizi ameturn to be a Maringo. But unajua sasa ana pretend yako Father's Day. Sasa ana pretend yako Father's Day, sijui amepelekwa sijui amepelekwa wapi kukula minofu. So unajua Mbudi anakula minofu sasa. Mbudi is minofrizing. Sasa mumeanzia kupendana hapa Anne na Acacia. Mnapendana kama tu viumbe za Mungu, si ati kuna story mob. sawa. Fire si fire. Fire si fire. Sasa ati mnatuonesha ati venye ati the way you are so close. So near but so far from each other. Ati mnatuonesha venye mumejenga board. Sawa. Muendelee kujenga tu. Mbona isibomoke huko mbele? Ina light note anyway. Haya, wacha Wanjigi aendelee. So, hii story ya Wanjigi waongelee hii.
Rigathi Gachagua, do you support him?
Rigathi Gachagua has, over the last 1 year or so, done a lot of damage to William Ruto's name in the region he talks called Mulima. And he has focused on personality politics. It is between him and William Ruto. Okay? Whether it's motivated by the fact that he was kicked out or whatever it is, right? He has done serious damage to William Ruto. My only problem with his kind of politics is that, to me, that's
a very serious point. He has done serious damage to William Ruto in the so-called Mulima. So Wanjigi is confirmed. So kwa hivyo Wanjigi pengine ametembea huko watu. So hiyo statement vile Wanjigi anaje. Let me tell you, lazima nianze kuinterpretia when politicians speak, because now Wanjigi is also a politician. What hiyo statement Wanjigi vile inamaanisha ni tumeenda huko kwa vijiji na watu wanasema ni Gachagua. Ini Kikuyu ama ini Kiembu. Adoko Maragu ni Gachagua. That is what Wanjigi ndio Alema ndivyo ndivyo angesema venye ameruhusu about DCP. What he is trying to confirm is that uko DCP ndio imeshika huko. Uko DCP ndio imeshika. But now he wants to talk about that. Now let's see now how he is now going to say the reason why he doesn't love Gachagua politics. Hapo sasa, hapo ndio nataka tuelewe sana, because he explained at length why he doesn't like his politics. But he has confirmed a lot of destruction of Gachagua to Ruto in Mulima. So hapo anasema, so in other words, he is now confirming that Gachagua shall penetrate. So there is a complete cycle of Ruto disinfection. Niseme hivyo in Mulima. So kwa hivyo and he has confirmed. So according to this guy, Gachagua has managed to inject Ruto out of Mulima, which is a big thing. It was not easy. And if that is the case, and it has been confirmed by such guys, we need to accommodate Gachagua. That is a hell of work to do. If they now feel Ruto has been ejected out of Mulima, that's a hell of work to do. In a place where watu wanapenda pesa, people can betray you if they want. If that thing has happened, normal. I am mkubwa and
it is legacy politics. The politics of tribe coming together and all those things, I think Kenyans should start showing a graduation from a template that was given to them by Mzungus. Divide and rule.
Tell Monday what you need. We're creating an agent and naming him Tony. Now let's give him context. I'm giving Tony.
I said on one of your shows that we don't choose the color of our skin. It's God. We don't choose whether we are male or female. It is God. We do not choose our tribes. It is God. That is not something to chest thump about, all right? Because God, in his wisdom, believed that Kenyans, or human beings, were born in his image, equal. So we are all the image of God. We have a greater unifying factor in this country. The unifying factor is this, that the economy is not working. It's working for 10 people, but it's not for 60 million. Ruto and his Cabral is working for them. But for 60 million Kenyans, it is not.
So that's a defining factor. And I also believe that it's okay to say one term, but then what? What are you promising Kenyans? I've just thrown away their budget. Should actually go to the dustbin if they have not put debt payments. So, well, then what? What is the then what? You must have an against and a for agenda. If you recall, he himself was part of Hustler Against Dynasty. And the belief was that when Hustler comes in, and they were saying they're hustlers, the hustler now will benefit what the haves are eating. Correct? So they had a for agenda. So are they saying one term, you remove Ruto, now they become the new 10 people in the room? I don't know.
Okay. Kalonzo Musyoka.
What about him?
How do you rate him?
Hapo ni noma. So Wanjigi anasema hao watu wanataka kutoa Ruto sasa wakuwe sasa wao ndio walaji. That's what he means. They become 10 people in the room. So according to Wanjigi, he feels these guys are not bringing the reform. So wacha tusikie ya Kalonzo, alafu sasa I sum it up.
Kalonzo is my friend. He's my president.
Kenya.
I'll be honest with you. Kalonzo is my friend. And he has been in the game a while.
40 years.
I worked together with him in 2017 when we were back in Raila. Kalonzo, unfortunately, in my view, is not a driver of anything. He's not.
What do you think?
The man supported Raila in 3 elections. And yet, you don't even hear him having a voice in Raila's home turf, in Raila's constituency. Anywhere. Raila had a massive constituency. It wasn't just his home ground. You don't even hear him having a constituency there. Okay? It tells you there must be some leadership.
Lazima ni comment. Sasa Wanjigi anasema ati Kalonzo, who has supported Raila 3 times. In my local language tunasemanga imera. Season 3. According to him, ati anasema Kalonzo who has sacrificed his political lifeline for Raila Odinga. Atina hata watu ya Raila wenyewe hawawezi kuja pande yake. That shows a deficit in leadership gap. That is what he said. So that is one of the things which atinamfanya aone ni kama Kalonzo sio kiongozi. Watu ya mtu ambaye wewe ulikuwa unatembea na yeye. Hao watu wataki mambo yako, hata wanasema eri hata tuende kwa Ruto. It's a serious point. So the thing which I'm asking you, do you think Wajaluo bado wamefanya decision, or if Kalonzo decides to become a president, they can actually unequivocally come and support Kalonzo? Orengo, do you think Orengo can be able to, Orengo and Karori Omondi, do you think Orengo and Karori Omondi can drive the rural communities to Kalonzo when the big day comes? Because still there are some communities we can say they have not yet decided. I don't think the rural community has decided to be with Ruto. I don't think the rural community has decided to be with Ruto. They have not yet decided. But what I said,
vacuum in him. It must be, right? And it's like he wants to be given things by people. You drive yourself. Raila, the person he was following, I'm sorry to say this, Emmanuel. Look at the greatness of Raila Amolo Odinga. When he left Ford Kenya.
Yeah, and I agree with you. For you, but for real. Mtu kama Gachagua akaongea historia ya Odious death hapa, inaweza shika moto by the way. Hii history ya Odious death, Gachagua tu atokezee by the way. You know Gachagua, his speech is very sharp and it is highly acceptable. Gachagua tu atokezee aseme by the way, hii deni ya Kenya hakuna. Hey, si utasikia hata vile Budi atasema hapo bwana. Eh? Budi, the chief psychophant. Budi kwanza atakuja hapa atufungulie kamera aseme my leader said His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, my leader said we don't have debt. What are we talking about? Roba, what are you talking about? Ni deni gani? I would love to see that discussion of Mr. Budi the sycophant and Roba. Sijui kama Roba bado yeye amefika level ya sycophant, lakini najua Budi sasa ako kwa hiyo wingu ya sycophant sasa. Which is okay, you can be a sycophant to a guy you believe in. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad to be a sycophant. Hata mimi am a sycophant anyway. If I believe, mimi nikikuamini na kuwa sycophant. It is not illegal to be a sycophant. You know, sycophant inakusaidia kupunguza kufikiria. Once you delegate your thinking. Utaki story mingi. The year is 2010. Tuko na katiba imeandikwa pale ya karibu page 500. Mujariwa anataka kwenda kufanya anataka kwenda kuchomelea gari pale, you know, our Luo community anataka kuchomelea gari pale na kufanya vitu zingine. Alafu unampea kitabu ya page 500. Wakati anafaa kukua akifanya mambo yake pale akigonga magari zikae sawa sawa. Anakuambia bana mkubwa, mimi Laila kesa soma hiyo bana. Iko sawa bana. Laila kesa soma. So it helps you. That's why psychopathy is good. It reduces your energy and you focus elsewhere. That is why Mujaluo ako pale vibaya sana, ako kwa roof ya nyumba. Yeye focus na kusoma katiba. Yeye ako pale ana focus na kuwekelea mawe nyumba ipande juu. So hiyo time angefanya hizo vitu, tunampea katiba ya page 500 na mwambie ati asome. Yeye yuko huko. Yeye anasema Raila shasoma bwana. Tuache story mingi. Raila shasoma hiyo kitu, unaniambia nini? Yeah, Raila shasoma bana. I don't need explanation, man. Kitu iko sawa bana. Raila shasoma. So psychophant is good. So hata ukiona Mbudi akikuwa psychophant hapa a little bit, ni vile hataki stress. The easiest way to avoid stress ni kukua psychophant saa zingine. Wewe ukirealize kiongozi yako ni kama ana reason vizuri, you delegate your thinking to him. Unamwambia sasa wewe kuanga unafikiria una maibia. Wajige is either sent by Uhuru or Ruto. Haya. Huyo ni Musyoka. So sijui wewe Musyoka ni psychophant ya nani? Najua kuna watu nikiwaambia story ya psychophants wataanzia kusema me I'm not a psychophant. Me I'm not a psychophant. On the time walikuwa pamoja was Mother's Party Lunch. Tangu sijawaona it tried at Mbunge pia. Campaign matters maybe hataki kuprop. Other than Safina. Wacha Wanjigi amalizie story yake hapa because it's big.
So forget about his detention site, because that is also phenomenal. But when he left Ford Kenya to go form NDP, that's where he got the name because of the symbol called tractor, Tinga. From that time to his period with William Ruto, broad-based government.
Yes.
The broad-based government was 18 different templates of Raila. After NDP, he went to Moi Corporation. Maja Corporation, Maja, Tosha, ODM, 18 up to broad-based. Where he would demotionalize the country into some contest between elections over issues of the people. That is the greatness of Raila Amolo. So if you are a student of him, some of us are, create an issue of the people.
We haven't seen you in rallies.
Bring in the issue. No. I have been talking about civic education.
Wacha nicheke, wacha niwarudishia hapo. Ati Wanjigi ni student wa Raila Odinga. Hapo atasema bwana. Samo basa ati Wanjigi ni student wa Raila Odinga. Hebu nisikie huyu student wa Raila Odinga.
Raila. After NDP, he went to Moi Corporation. Maja Corporation, Maja, Tosha, ODM, 18 up to broad-based. Where he would demotionalize the country into some contest between elections over issues of the people. That is the greatness of Raila Amolo. So if you are a student of him, Some of us are.
Yeah, the student.
Create an issue of the people.
We haven't seen you in rallies.
Bring the issue. No. I have been talking about civic education. Today, the country is talking about the economy. Yes or no? That is what we were on. Issue-based politics and the economy to be the question of the election. You can do it. You can do it in the rally. You can do it in civic education. You now have a very switched in parliament. You have a very switched-on community. Kenyans are now educated. Look at what happened in 2024. These kids are educated. The benefit of Kibaki. These kids are smart, and they are 65% of the vote. Today, you have different forms of media. We have been educating people that the question is not tribe. It is the economy. The question is not even Ruto's theft, alleged theft. Okay? It is nothing. It is dead.
Dr. Fred Matiang'i?
I just see him as a KYM for Uhuru Kenyatta. Is there anything else to him? He's just his employee. Even when he talks, he just talks about the greatness of Uhuru Kenyatta when they were Uhuru Kenyatta. So he's just a KYM for Uhuru. Anybody else?
Martha Karua?
Martha is my friend. I don't know what she wants.
She wants to be president.
Aya. Ako wapi mtu ya Matiang'i nani Njuria Matiang'i ameitwa kanda ya moko ya Uhuru. YKM ni kanda ya moko. So it's a famous word, eh? Ati Matiang'i ni kanda ya moko. Na pia sijui najua Mwafrika pia hizi mawadi sijui anatoanga wapi. Yaani you know, kanda ya moko is like is a connotation of unskilled, eh? Skilled and skilled. So ati mumefanya nikueleze sana. And ati zangu pia I pack and read. No, ameipanga vibaya. It should not be YKM. It should be KYM. The real tone of that word, it should be KYM, kanda ya moko. He was trying to say that Matiang'i ni kanda ya moko. Kanda ya moko sinajuanga kila food lazima kuwe na jamaa ya kumpea mawe. Hapo na kumpea tu. Ebulete hiyo spana hapo. I think kanda ya moko, spanner boy, all those terms are toned down. Jimmy, pesa pia. So Lois Truth anasema Wanjigi yana ni jasho ya KYM. Yeah, it should be KYM, not YKM. I think he inverted it. It should be KYM, kanda ya moko. That is the meaning. Lois Truth anasema Wanjigi ana ni pesa inamfanya ni Mr. Moneyberg. His hallucinations are coming from dough. Besha.
And for one term.
The Constitution said 2 terms. I don't think we are going to ever change this document soon. Let it be fully practiced.
Okay.
Maraga,
CJ.
I like the fact that he's gone on issues, right? Which is where I think Kenyans should be. The issues of their lives. They're not voting for a person this time, their own tribesman. They are voting for issues. Now, he has tried, right? He's tried. He's talking about the law, right? That's his focus. So we can debate that, right? But you're not going to be a president just because of the law. As I said in one of your interviews, it's okay. He can say he's going to follow the law. The first budget he finds is that he cannot pay salaries because most of the money is going to debt. Is he going to borrow or not to pay salaries? Then you're breaking the law.
So
there you go.
In total, the United Opposition, none of the candidates there can really
are addressing this. The problem people are going to the ballot about.
So we are not going to see you join them in any way.
I told you, if they come to this place of the economy, and that we recognize the biggest snake in the room is debt, and we agree on a united position to deal with it. And there's no other way but to say we are stopping it until we have assessed what it is, right? If they can't say that, Pada, no. We shall go on the basis that we are draining the swamp.
Then that will give President William Ruto an upper hand. If you run for president, the one that you said you will, we'll get to that, and the United Opposition present a candidate, and the Linda Mwananchi present a candidate, you'll have so many presidential candidates, and you'll end up splitting the the opposition votes then.
I've heard that argument a lot, even from some of these leaders. Okay? But you forget one thing. There's something called 50+1. So I ask any of them, even who've challenged me, show me how William Ruto gets 50+1. If everybody is taking their territory, show me where he gets 50+1. And that the Constitution has a two-candidate race anyway. After the first round, if nobody attains 50+1, you go back and the two top candidates move. Yes. So there is a channel, two candidates are decided.
Yes.
So if you can show me how William Ruto can win, if we have all taken votes from our different constituencies, 50+1, then agreed.
Even with different presidential candidates, President William Ruto will still lose.
He will not get 50+1.
But it would have been easier for you in the opposition to be together.
What happens is that we must not take away the people's right.
Hapo ni noma sasa. Hapo we need to think deep hapo. Hapo ati Wanjigi anasema ati Ruto atapata 50+1, which is true, but anasema it doesn't matter, hata si lazima tushikane, kila mtu atokeze. Matiang'i na hapo, Gachagua na hapo, Kalonzo na hapo, Wanjigi na hapo. He is not for a coalition. Wanjigi is not for a coalition. Wanjigi a while back and insinuated ajui Gachagua unajua ane so radical, anaweza kuwekea statement hapa mpaka unashindwa The truth is he is fighting the big boys who wants to side with that courageously. He has a point. Okay.
To choose their change. What has happened is that you must recognize that it is only in 2017 that we had the first two-horse race. Prior to that, there was always something called a donkey. There was a third party, right? Until, since from 92 to 2017. No, hold on. From 92 to 2017. And in 2022, who was the donkey? The non-voter. The non-voter was 8 million votes. It was the largest vote, larger than what William Ruto got, larger than what Raila Odinga got.
Should have been the horse.
In other words, correct. That tells you it is now the horse. If you're presenting two horses like 2022, the horse won. That vote is still there. They did not see alternatives in what was offered. Are we together? So it's no longer a donkey. It is the horse. So do not decide us in a room, because we will have another winning horse that is a non-voter. And they come to give you problems later. That's why you saw 2024. Big reason. They were not vested in either side. It blew up. Okay? So we must be very clear. William Ruto cannot win, even if we all stand. He cannot get 50+1. Okay. And the key thing is, one thing we'll all be united about is that William Ruto must not win. We'll be talking about the ills of government. He is now the government. Okay. We'll all be united talking about the ills of this government.
Okay. Then
after runoff, he can't capture any one of you, even if he's there.
So you unite.
So what happens? What happens is that if he captures you, you leave your flock because they voted against him. You leave your flock behind you, and they'll go to the other side.
Okay.
So you can't move, you lose credibility. So the constitution, the makers of this thing were very smart.
What about the other side, the Linda Mwananchi side?
We're waiting to see. I don't know what they want.
What do you think of Sifuna?
I like his politics so far because he has decided he's not going with the status quo in ODM. But they're still playing their politics in ODM. They must really show that they have edged out and where they are going. He's refused to be part of broad-based. He's refused to be a voter and a champion of William Ruto in the next election. It's very good. It's called a breakaway of Raila's traditional turf. Now, where is he going? Where are they all going? Him, Babu, Orengo, I think, are the main people there. Where are they going? Are they again about change without change? Or are they really for a new republic? They have got to show Kenyans. And they are exciting now. It's a question of where they go. We didn't just begin when people saw us here with Akina Uhuru. We've been at this. And if it is a question of region, Emmanuel, this tribal narrative people use, 5 communities, all right, are 80% of the vote of Kenya. All right?
Let's go.
That is Gema. Gema. Put them all together. They are as high as 35%. You have Luyas, 14. That is the difference. 14%. On the voter register. That 14%. Is what it is, 14%. You have the Kalenjin region in entirety and Luos, who are 13-something. Then you have Kambas, which operate between 9 and 10%. That's the region of Kenya. So how simple it is if you go region is that a Gema person needs one partner, and they're almost at 50+1.
It has always worked.
And it has always worked. Raila, who was formidable, great at unifying, even at best, because you remember you have 2 seats. You have president and deputy. So of the 5, Raila takes 1 deputy. For the Gema person, another deputy is there. And it was always a Bantu and an Ilot. All right? Raila was the biggest campaigner in the 20%. You saw him in Kisiland, you saw him with Mijikenda, you saw him in Northeastern, you saw him with the Maa community. No, Western is part of the big 5. Yes. So you saw him in the 20%. He was the most aggressive. You hardly saw Uhuru there, because that's when 50+1 came in.
Yeah.
You hardly saw Uhuru there, because if it's a question of tribe, he didn't need. He had his partner. And he was almost at 50+1. He didn't need to do that aggressive politics. So when you talk about regions, I want to see who is on the ballot in United Opposition. And then watch William Ruto. He understands this very well. Watch William Ruto. Watch what happens in his camp. The man, if there's a master of this, he understands regional politics. He also has become adept to agenda politics.
Hapo lazima niulize swali kidogo. Yeye anasema it used to be a Nairot and a Bantu. So watu wawili amesema 5 great regions and another 20% which Raila Odinga alikuanga anacheza nayo. So now already Ruto and Kindiki are already locked. Ni swali nauliza. Tunajua Ruto and Kindiki are locked. Sasa Ruto na Kindiki are locked. So kumaanisha Ruto is a Kalenjin, one of the block. Kindiki ni wa Mlima, the other block. So, and Wanjigi is saying Ruto is a master in this. So does it mean that Ruto, you are gonna Kindiki as a deputy, sasa hiyo block sasa ishajipanga. Sasa hii block ya Mlima inateremuka kwa Ruto sasa, juu Kindiki yako pale. Alafu na hesabu ingine ndio I'm trying to ask. Let's assume ni Kalonzo. Then let's assume ni Kalonzo, and then Kalonzo is deputized by Sifuna or Matiang'i. So Wakamba wametengeneza block moja and maybe Waluya watengeneze hiyo block ingine. Then Gachagua akona watu wake wa Mulima. So is he going to tell, does he want to tell us that because there is a deputy president from Mulima, automatically those people will be stuck with Ruto? Because there is a deputy president there. I think Wanjigi is using very odd arithmetic. I do not see people gluing on you simply because you are a deputy president. We had Martha Karua as a deputy candidate. Ndio nataka sasa here hapa sasa Wanjigi is a bit hapa kuna there's a bit of some low IQ here. This one you don't reason it well. A deputy president does not confirm voter mobilization from where it comes from. It is not a must. A presidential candidate can, because a presidential candidate who is popular will always come with his region. That is automatic. A presidential candidate, because a genuine presidential candidate has a backing, has a base. That one is automatic. Lakini ikikuja kwa deputy it is not a must. You are commanding a base. All your base can refuse. Your base can say the other side is better for us. So the deputy president is not an automatic mobilization point of his region. Na nimemaliza hiyo, sita kuadvise zaidi. Kama unataka advice ulipe school fees. Jua unasema pia unatuadvise economy. Sasa hiyo mimi nitakuadvise the art of coalition building. Deputy president does not mean unapata. Kalonzo is coming as Mount Kenya solved. Kambas have returned to their neighbors, so they will never align with Nyanza again, based on my estimation going forward. Hiyo ni noma. Musyoka anasema tujitoe tusijitoe. That's a political statement, Musyoka. You know very well. That's a very serious political statement. And I don't know why Anne is not criticizing that statement. Na venyana anapenda kuingia watu. Why are you not setting yourself on a collision path with Musyoka? Anne. Mbona sioni mkikoraidi na Musyoka hapa? Ama unaamini ama unasema it's true? It was Anne, yes, grasshopping. I don't know what you're saying there. It was good for supporting Raila and democracy while it lasted. So kwa hivyo wewe Musyoka, you're not interested in watu wa Ziwa warudishe mkono? Ni swali tu. Anne siku hizi amejua kubehave, by the way. Siku hizi by the way, Anne is becoming docile. Unajua Anne anaanza kujiuliza hii ni akaunti yake ama ni vile haijakiwa tukapata Anne Malala. Unajua pia tunaweza kuwa na Anne Malala, Ziwa maziwa lala. Yule ana ambaye aguzi. Tumezoea Anne wa kuguza stima. Na inalipuka. Sio huyu ni msauti sana.
He learned it, especially in 2013.
It's not easy to beat him.
No. If we all unite around Kalonzo Musyoka. No. Who is Kalonzo's deputy?
So
who is Kalonzo's deputy?
If it were to be President William Ruto on the ballot against Kalonzo.
Haya. So if you unite, kwanza vile ameisema na madharau, I think huyu jamaa anadharau Kalonzo. If you unite against with Kalonzo. If we unite with Kalonzo. If we unite with, so according to Wanjigi, Kalonzo is a low 8. Nimewamalizia. Kalonzo is a low 8. According to Wanjigi. So Wanjigi feels Kalonzo is not a contender. Hello. Amemalizia. He is not a contender.
You're saying Kalonzo would do?
Who is the deputy?
Matiang'i. Okay.
What if William Ruto adjusts his deputy and takes a Kikuyu from the east of Kenya, of the east of central Kenya? Where would the flock of Mount Kenya vote? You see, all he has to do is promise them another 5 years, I give it to you. Those guys, you're not even in the sub. That's the problem with regional politics.
If it is President William Ruto against Kalonzo on the ballot, President William Ruto will win.
Hands down. Because he'll play the karata. See, we are here. He'll play the karata. He'll play the karata. He knows where to play the karata. That's why I say, don't go and unify on that. You'll be outsmarted. You unify on an agenda where maybe those things won't matter. And one term has a limit because people don't know what is beyond one term. Sell beyond one term and you have a greater unifying factor.
So does Wanjigi mean that Kalonzo is not an agenda, like Kalonzo is coming without an agenda, besides coming with a region? Because here Kalonzo amecriticize sana. Ni kama ametumwa. Na hapa kuna jambo nimeanzia kuangalia. Ruto anagonga Kalonzo akimuita mtu wa miaka 50 ambaye hajafanya chochote, meaning that Kalonzo actually is a possible contender to Ruto. That's why you attack somebody who can actually be a formidable force against you. Then Wanjigi anasema huyu Kalonzo hawezi, hata atagongwa asubuhi. I think we need to discuss that point. Kalonzo atagongwa asubuhi, according to Wanjigi. True or false? It's a pregnant point. Can I react to that? Okay, let me use my point of insinuation here. Let me react. Kalonzo, so because Wanjigi is arguing at the Ruto can adjust his president, his deputy, akuje sasa hapa kwa Wakikuyu na wadanganye. Mbele ya Mungu, hata Ruto aende deputy Kirinyaga ama Nyeri, those people will not gravitate. So that adjustment within Mount Kenya will not work. So where Wanjigi is missing it is, if Ruto has to adjust his deputy from Kindiki, he cannot adjust it within Mount Kenya because the result is the same. First of all, if he adjusts his deputy from Kindiki, kiti ya kwanza anapata revote kali sana kutoka huko Tharaka Nithi kwanza. It will be another bigger war sasa. The few votes ako nayo huko Tharaka Nithi sababu ya the few, huwezi kosa watu wawili watatu wanafuata Kindiki. Hiyo kura kwanza inapotea. Hiyo kura ngo. Alafu sasa na hii ingine sasa ya the Ranja Kikuyu area. In fact that's when I was sasa naanzia kuona deficiency ya this analogy which Wanjigi is trying to explain. In fact that will be a worse, will be a worse situation for Ruto, and adjusting and keeping the deputy within Murima. If Ruto has to adjust his deputy, the probable, and if he is smart as he says, that Ruto is very smart and atacheza karata, I think Ruto will adjust elsewhere. And for me, I think Murima, he will try to destabilize Murima. Destabilization. And have very many different voices come out. That's the only thing he can do. Murima kukue na watu kama 50 who are speaking different things. Murima watu wataanzia kuongea in tongues. Huyu anaongea hii, huyu anaongea hii, huyu anaongea hii. Hapana, utaanzia kusikia watu wakisema sisi hata sasa sisi watu wa Murima lazima tukue na kiongozi. Lazima tufike kwa Ndembe. Wengine wanasema sisi tunaenda kwa Matiang'i, wengine Kalonzo. So all what you need to Ruto will introduce in Murima if he has, unless he alete confusion look. But I don't see this one working. So Nyanza prayed to the gallery, lazima isundue huko, all elective seats zitakuwa za UDA. Okay. Ruto will pick from Luhya or Western. Luhya or Western is the same thing. What do you mean? Musyoka si ujue Kenya. Wache kujirudia. That's the same thing. When you say Luhya or Western, that is the same. Otherwise, Western yote ni gone. Wanjigi has no politics knowledge. I think Wanjigi is talking purely on hatred. from these guys. Maybe Wanjigi aoni vile anaweza control ma contract kwa Kalonzo. Unajua Wanjigi alikuwa anasema maserikali zilikuwa zinatengenezwa kwake. So sasa Kalonzo amekataa kwenda kutengenezea serikali kwake, ndiye anaongea hivyo. Maybe serikali ya Kalonzo inatengenezwa kwingine, kwa nyumba ya mtu mwingine. Unajua watu wanabuzi. Hata Gachagua si alisema serikali ya Ruto ilitengenezwa hapa. Huyu naye si alisema serikali ya Uhuru ilitengenezwa kwangu. Sasa anaona hawa akina Matiang'i hawa hakuna mtu anataka kwenda kutengenezea serikali kwake because he has a lot of entitlement. Watu wamekataa kwenda kutengenezea serikali kwake. Sasa ndiye anaanzia kusema huyu atagongwa asubuhi. Kama hawezi kuja kutengenezea kwangu, atoboi. Anyway, sina maoni.
Asubuhi. You can shout all you want till that ballot is seen by people. Yeah. William, that one he knows. That game, you're playing in his arena.
You need to change the game.
That's why I say Raila was very good at it. He didn't go and talk to Kabila. If you look at his campaign in 2013, is that I'm the best. I have done the new constitution. I'm the best. Track record. The other side, which I was part of, we knew the challenge. So he said the issue here is the deaths in 2007. Let us make sure there's no more fight, because if the two communities don't fight, nobody else will fight in Kenya. That's traditional from 92. We stop it once and for all. So we bring a harmonization of the two communities so that tribal brother against brother ends once and for all. And it won. And it has worked so far. And we are not going to allow it to be brought back on that nonsense. We've passed it. Okay? We avoided the Mzungu. We sorted out our own maneno. So we had a 4 agenda. Okay? In 2013. We even came up with the digital versus analog, which was primarily this. You are changing from the generation of the founding fathers to their children. Important thing you note, Moi had tried in 2002, not worked. Here Kibaki, a founder, was giving to his children. William and Uhuru were his children's generation. So they skipped a generation.
It seems they're going to be a third force then, because Kalonzo Musyoka and the United Opposition.
It will become the main horse.
Kalonzo Musyoka. Okay.
It is the main horse. Don't say third force. It is the main horse.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible real estate strategies that's the most passive and creates the highest rate of return? This is exactly what the wealthiest 1% are doing to massively multiply their wealth. So why aren't you doing it? Now, I bet you're thinking, Brian, I don't even know what that is. And even if I did, I don't know how to do it. So let me get a couple things out of the way just quickly. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're young or old. And it doesn't matter how much money you have or how much money you're willing to invest right out of the get-go. Keep watching, because I want to show you why I got involved in tax lien certificates. And we're coming to your area to teach a free class. The first thing about tax liens is it doesn't take a lot of money. We've had students start out with just a couple $100s, and we've had students create their portfolios or scale their portfolios into 7 and 8 digits over the course of a couple years. The second one is, how do I find these tax lien certificates? Most counties across the United States sell tax lien certificates right on their website. We'll show you how to find them at our free training, so don't worry about it right now, but you never have to see these properties face to face. It doesn't require you traveling all around the country. You can do it right from your own house. Now, as a bonus, one of the things that most people won't tell you is that you can actually buy tax.
To break that deadlock, 100% I'll be on the ballot. To break that deadlock, Emmanuel, I'm not joking with this. I will be on the ballot. I have nothing to lose. I have all to gain.
They blocked you last time.
But they won't block me this time.
You have the papers.
A long time ago. It was a small technicality which had even been adjudicated by court. So it was political to stop me, which is fine. They will not stop me this time. I'll be on that ballot. All right. Now, being on that ballot means I believe Kenyans are here with these issues. The others do not articulate the issues. In fact, the only competition I have is whether it's important to remove William Ruto under a banner called one term, or is it about Kenyans beyond one term? I am for the removal of William Ruto as president of Kenya because he's not solving the problems, right? He's making them worse. But I'm also for an agenda that is for Kenyans to stop this problem, not to continue it. And I'm not going to be part of anything to do with continuation of this problem on Kenyans. Then we are selling a false narrative.
Okay. Are you the architect of the third force? Because we saw you already meeting.
I don't know why you're calling it third force.
Okay, the
why
main
are you
force.
not calling it the main force?
The main force.
Yes.
Are you the architect of that team?
This one we shall create. And if people stay in their corners, I want you to watch the draining of this swamp called Kenya. Once and for all. Because we are going to head to what I'm telling you, our true sovereignty as a nation. Our true sovereign nation is coming.
Who else are you joining forces with apart from Caleb Amisi?
You want me to tell you my secrets?
Just one.
Pana. Ngojea siasa bwana. Inakuja. Siasa inakuja na inakuja mzuri sana. You are going to love this game. You're going to see an election. Always remember, there is no election in Kenya that has been the same. Right? And I want you to understand that change is here. If 8 million people did not vote, that told you a lot.
Yes.
And I want you to also understand, God is wisdom. Unfortunately, it took my friend, Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, when I tell you he was the architect of 18 different templates, for 30 years, he's created the narrative of the opposition. 30 years. There's nobody like him in that corner. He's gone. It's a new game. You can't play the same old games anymore. It's a new era, new voters, okay? New agenda. And I can tell you, where I've gone, Kenyans want their sovereignty.
World Cup, which team are you supporting?
Of course, we always support African teams. And my heart has always been with Senegal. What they did in the Africa Cup was just phenomenal. And I will push Senegal as far as they can go. If they don't succeed, I'm very much for France.
For France? Yeah. They're still Africans.
Yes.
Anyway.
Now you got it.
All right. Well, that is the time that we had for you on this show this Sunday. Until next week, same time, same place. Have a good evening.
Are you a low-skilled worker looking to immigrate to Canada? Look no further. This video will discuss the top 5 Canadian immigration programs specifically designed for low-skilled temporary workers. These programs are essential for foreign nationals who want to come to Canada as temporary.
Yeah, let me have Chris Kumekucha. Yeah, because we will be closing soon. So where's Chris Kumekucha? Chris Kumekucha.
Rigathi Gachagwa's chief.
Let's sharing. Yeah, let's have Chris Kumekucha and then we call it a night, please. Yeah, please, let's have Chris Kumekucha and we call it a night because...
Injury time warning. Injury time, of course, refers to very deadly, desperate things you do when you've run out of time. And the truth is, this is exactly what was happening. 12 short days before the end of the government financial year, 2025, 2026. What is going on here? What is Rigathi Gachagua really up to? Exposing such sensitive information, yeah? Haste by the untouchables. Utadu, there is nothing Kenyans can do, at least for now. And I believe it is important to note that this bombshell from Rigiji came immediately after he spoke directly to the 187 missing members of parliament during the vote for Financial Bill 2026, most of whom were from Murema, Mount Kenya. Gachagua addressed them directly. And then immediately after, this crazy revelation of a haste like no other, a robbery in broad daylight like no other, the Republic of Kenya has ever seen in its entire history. Oh yes, and that's no exaggeration. But even as Kenyans reel in shock and try to recover from this violent robbery of the treasury, the very deep concern amongst many is as follows. Is my ancestral land back home safe after the passing of 2026 finance bill? Is it safe? Or can it be taken at any time by the state? And then, did you hear President Donald Trump's very cheeky comment recently? What did Trump say? He said a couple of African presidents were very happy. He was referring to the very generous donation by the United States of America government to an African nation, yeah, towards fighting Ebola. And this happened as that African country was setting up a very elaborate Ebola quarantine facility that many analysts are saying is much more than that. Why do I say Trump's remarks were cheeky? Because this thing involves one East African nation. But Trump said a couple of African presidents. Why? Why say presidents instead of president? Is it because he had just said they were very happy? Very, very, very happy. Not happy with the facility, of course, but with the donation. Friends, we have a lot of ground to cover, which I promise I will do as quickly as possible. Your time is precious. But as you quickly rush to the kitchen for your favorite beverage to settle into this most fascinating latest Kumekucha show, let me start with a very cheeky SMS I received from a very faithful member of this channel, first thing this morning. Can you imagine they called me Mama na Baba, referring to the old canoe? They called me Old Canoe. Can you imagine that? For the sake of younger Kenyans, in the old days, when Moi's Canoe government was doing things to us very similar to what the current regime is doing, although on a much smaller scale, this current regime has just gone overboard. In those old days, Kanu used to warn their critics, Kanu ni mama na baba. Utadu? You dear ni mama na baba na grandfather na grandmother na headmaster. Utadu? Now, why would they do something so offensive? Actually, they were wishing me a happy Father's Day. Today is Father's Day. Wow. And of course, diehards of this channel and regulars will know why they were calling me Mama na Baba. Asante sana for that Father's Day SMS. It has made my day. You know, there's some followers of mine on this channel who are just God sent. They're definitely angels sent to my aid by the Most High. Wacha wabarikiwe mpaka washangae. Anyway, let's get down to it. And I suggest we work our way backwards, from the least important to this major haste. We really need to break it down because it tells us something shocking. Oh yes. Hii maneno ya injury time, doing things injury time, desperate last measures before something. Iko kitu hapo. Yeah, and we're going to break it down kabisa, all right, so that everybody understands what is really happening here, okay? But let's start backwards. Is your ancestral land safe? Good news, it is, for now. There is nothing in Finance Bill 2026 that touches on that piece of land that has been passed down generations after generations and is now in your hands. So relax. But what you may need to tense about is a possible increase in your rent. Because the tax rate on rental income just went up from 7.5% to 10%. Effective month of July 2026. That is just a few days away. What this means is that your landlord is going to be paying more tax, okay? And he may or she may decide to pass this on to you. Boss, hata ya naumia. You know, I'm trying very hard to avoid kizungu mingi, okay? Now, something else to worry about, especially for Kenyans in the diaspora who are landlords back home, is a tweak in the law, brought in by Finance Bill 2026, withholding taxes maneno. That means you'll most probably end up with a 30% final withholding tax on the gross rent you've collected from your property back home in Kenya. Ongea na accountant wako or your financial advisor for more information. Now, why should African presidents be very happy with a donation towards fighting Ebola? Why? And especially African presidents who are not anywhere near the epicenter of where this thing is coming from. And remember, despite the kizungu mingi coming from our politicians, the objectives of this Laikipia facility are very clear. To save American lives. I have not seen anywhere, and Kenyan lives. No, it is to save American lives. So why should an African president be so happy? The donation, manze. It seems that President Donald Trump is very disgusted about something, okay? And he kind of masked his feelings. Instead of saying African president, he has said African presidents, when the donation was clearly made only to one country and one country alone. And of course, the name of that country is Kenya. That is how some people pronounce it. Kenya. And of course, the way Kenyans are interpreting this is that this was the key component in the whole deal that made the thing possible. The donation. Remove the donation component, and this thing may never have happened. Okay? This thing which Kenyans are up in arms against, which may suggest they could have been at a meeting somewhere where some people sat and asked themselves, we need this facility. What are we going to do to persuade, encourage those leaders in that region to join us in saving American lives? And then somebody at the meeting said, carrot strategy, money, US dollars, and it will be a done deal. And so it was. Take home lesson here. Uncle Sam does not always use bullying tactics. Mighty United States. No. Sometimes crafty Uncle Sam uses money. And it would appear, at least initially, that the Kenyan people can huff and puff all they want. But as the old saying goes, money talks. Money talks. Ask Kariuki, to put it in the language of our Murema people, when the cash money. What is Rigathi Gachagua really up to? What is his current strategy? Because we saw he made that trip out of the country. And then when he came back, everybody noticed he started going slow. He toned down on his barbs criticism towards the Ruto regime. And Kenyans had even started talking about it and wondering what it was all about. And then boom, Gachagua changes. And this shift was most evident between June 12th and 14th, when Gachagua made a tour of the Mulembe Nation, a very successful tour, where he was very warmly received and told the Mulembe Nation in no unclear terms that Ruto is conning and cheating voters, has conned and cheated voters in the past, using very strong language and hitting hard, maybe even harder than before. Eish. And something else about the Mulembe Nation tour. It was very clear that certain leaders with very large following in the region were family with Gachagua. People like PK Salasia, is Peter Kalarwa Salasia, the Mumias legislator, a DAP Kenya MP, and of course Trans Nzoia governor, George Natembeya. It was a very hectic, but successful rush right through the Mulembe Nation, starting with Vihiga and Kakamega on day one, and then Busia and the birthplace of my mother, Bungoma, on day two. And then on day three, he wound up with Trans Nzoia. Now, some of Gashagua's rallies were going late into the night, and they were packed, standing room only. Don't forget, we're trying to analyze what Gachagua is really up to. And this was followed by a very curious announcement by the former deputy president. He announced a 45-day pause on public rallies. Can it really qualify to be called closed for maintenance? The Gachagua machine was closed for 45 days of maintenance. In my opinion, that is the best definition of what this really is. But super fascinating, even when Gachagua is closed for maintenance, the bombshells are still being unleashed, okay? The statements are still coming forth. Like when he recently spoke to the 187 MPs who were missing during the final vote to pass Finance Bill 2026. Most of them, of course, were from Mrema. Gachagua told them, you need to make up your mind. You need to decide. Are you with the people or are you with the government? He told them they needed to decide and to decide urgently. Now, I don't know about you, but for starters, these 187 MPs who are missing was a very big win for Gachagua. How so? Because it clearly, very bluntly tells us that these legislators fear Gachagua and the people more than they fear Ruto.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code. Interesting.
And that is why they were missing in action when we needed them most to shoot down this thing which is going to devastate the country called Kenya. They betrayed us because their absence ended up being a yes vote, the finance bill, which passed. And then the mother of all bombshells, Gachagua, came out and told us about the haste, which came through 12 short days before the end of the financial year, 2025-2026. Now, there's some very crucial things we need to understand here, okay? And especially one key, very important thing we need to remember. If a financial year ends before budgeted funds have been spent, what happens? The money goes back to the treasury. Very important to note. And this unleashes the most devastating bombshell. It means that 6.2 billion Kenya shillings, and that is not Mandazi money, 6.2 billion Kenyan shillings had to be spent in 12 short days. Ay, 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 yeah. Doing what? Doing what exactly? Gachagua called it an injury time haste. Injury time. You're a soccer team and the 90 minutes are over and you need a goal desperately. And now you only have injury time to work with. That is what injury time means. You do very desperate things. It is usually do or die. That is exactly what injury time means. And Gachagua called this thing injury time haste. I will tell you what a vast majority of Kenyans are wishing for in their hearts. They're wishing that this is what Gachagua meant. They're wishing that Gachagua meant that this is a regime on the run, about to leave Kenyans in peace. And this was the last effort to get as much money as possible before they have to leave. That is the big, huge wish, yeah, in the hearts of Kenyans. Poleni sana. That is not what this is or was. Let us look at a few scenarios, okay? You have a brand new budget. It is a lot of money, but it is not enough. Money is never enough for this regime. And therefore, you decide, let us squeeze blood out of stones from the ending year, yeah, the year which is coming to a close. So you throw in that 6.2 billion supplementary budget to Parliament, and it is quickly passed. Pop, you have an extra 6.2 billion to add to the other budget which is going to be approved shortly. That is one scenario. Another scenario, which is highly likely, you have already spent the money, okay, and the books need to be balanced. So you pass that thing quickly, and of course you include kakitu kadogo, kakupanguza machozi. I'm sorry to laugh. Another possible scenario, somebody made a mistake with their calculations, or an item was introduced last minute concerning dealing with the June 25th Gen Z anniversary protests. And therefore, what do? Boss, we need this money very urgently. Where do you get it? Voila, supplementary budget, 6.2 billion, pop. And now the government is fully ready for the June 25th Gen Z protests. I've already covered this in great detail in a previous video. Make sure you catch it, because the government is using a carrot and stick strategy, yeah, money and threats to deal with June 25th. In fact, I'm sure you have seen clear signals from the government telling people, June 25th, forget it. Nothing is going to happen. Hakuna kitu itafanyika. Mtadu? That has been a very clear message from the executive. I'm sure you've noticed. It will be more than super fascinating to see what will actually happen on June the 25th. And as I said in my earlier video, in my opinion, if nothing happens, that is the worst possible news to all Kenyans, not even just the regime, to all Kenyans. Why? Because it means that the pent-up emotions are going to explode later. And when they do, it will not be nice. For sure. But let me finish with some good news for a change. There is no good news in Kenya these days. Let me try my best to manufacture. Just kidding. Let me give you some good news. Some real good news. Assuming that Kenyan politics is a soccer game, the World Cup is ongoing. Assuming that Kenyan politics is a soccer game, we are now in injury time. So let's take a close look at the scores. According to my analysis, currently, the government is losing 3-0, okay? But then the coach, the government coach, is very confident that actually the government can score 3 quick goals in injury time. The coach and leading players are very confident that they can do that impossible feat. Force the game into extra time and maybe penalties and end up winning. Yeah, that is what is in their heads. That is what they're imagining. However, on the ground we know, and we know this for a fact, that the opponents are just getting started. Wameanza tu kujipanga vizuri, and they're very fresh. In sharp contrast, the government side is very tired. They have run out of ideas. That is very obvious. In that kind of environment, 3 quick goals in injury time, just a handful of minutes, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. And they score 3 times. Where? How? Kwanza with the solid defense the other side has. Not possible. And therefore, the good news is that it is very clear for any observer, yeah, who is not leaning on any side, that actually we are now in the injury time of the UDA government, okay? When that injury time ends, the winner is not going to be the government side. It is going to be the opponents. Hang on to that thought and let's wait and see what happens. By the way, there are many reasons why the government side is losing 3-0. Very many reasons. And some of those reasons are not in the public domain. Some of those reasons are highly sensitive. Did you know that there is very clear evidence that very senior members of this government have been actively organizing a plan B? Okay? That plan B involves a situation where they would need to quickly get out of the country into exile. Not rumors, not propaganda, but very subtle things which are being done, which have been done before historically by governments organizing plan Bs. Now that is super, super fascinating. And it's amongst the sensitive information you'll find in my highly sensitive special reports and weekly intelligence briefings, which can be yours in the next few moments, which you can have full access to.
Ya mwisho hapa tumalizie, alafu tuseme omonde ne njuma utyo njuma mosi auke kyumyagethira. Tuimbe. Nataka niwaekee Kimani Kuria hapa musikie vile amesema. We
kuuza mali ya mtu ama mali ya serikali hayasiyo itakuwa Yesu. Get ready. Tarehe 25 jaribu kuuza mali ya mtu ama mali ya serikali hayasiyo itakuwa Yesu. Get ready.
What does that guy mean? Hakuna mtu anaenda kwa mali ya mtu. That was my last one. Bye. Till we meet next tomorrow.